There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill a third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4300, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Fogelman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, there's been a lot of discussion in this bill, how it's safe, how it's not. Basically, my point of view is, and what I've heard from many constituents, is that this is a huge infringement on our Second Amendment rights. I consider my family to be a very law-abiding, gun-safe family. When my kids were little, my husband took the time to share with my kids how to hold a gun, load a gun, carry a gun, how dangerous they are. They're not toys. Never once, when anyone was at our house, was anything in a unsafe spot. My sister raised 3 kids growing up hunting. My family's not even a hunting family. My husband just wants guns. They're his Second Amendment right. And it's probably, I'm not a big feminist, and I know that my husband can take care of me and keep me safe. And that's important to me. So recently, a bill was brought up to repeal mandatory minimum sentences for violent crimes involving possession or use of a firearm. What sense does that make? You want to put guns back in criminals' hands and keep them out of law-abiding gun owners. This is, I just don't understand. Not one conversation that I've had in person, on the phone, on an email, I've been getting them constantly, every single day, to vote no on this bill, vote no on this bill, vote no on this bill. Our laws are supposed to punish criminals. And this session over here has been about no accountability. We don't want to hold anybody accountable except victims, except law-abiding citizens. Let's hold them accountable, but don't hold criminals accountable because, you know, they've had a bad time in life. So let's let our law enforcement hold criminals accountable. Let's quit making their sentences lighter, and maybe our laws would be the deterrent they are meant to be. We can't keep going down this road. This law infringes on our God-given right to keep ourselves safe, and it infringes on our Second Amendment rights. Please don't vote for this bill. It is not what Minnesotans want.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well said, Representative Fogelman. I'm sure we've all been able to tell that there's a whole lot of passion on the floor tonight for this subject. I too have received an enormous amount of, I've received way more emails this year than I did last year in regards to our Second Amendment rights. And Minnesotans are very concerned about what you're doing here, what the Democrat trifecta is doing. And rightly so. Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not. So what you're doing tonight on this House floor, you're infringing upon that. You're putting limitations on that, which is infringement. And I don't understand why you can't see it, because it's so clear. Shall not be infringed. I've gotten a lot of emails because you're infringing upon the rights of folks. And I haven't been getting emails saying support the gun storage bill. And I don't understand either why we're calling it well, I don't have it written down in front of me, whatever it is you're calling it. To me, this bill should be called the Government Overreach into the Privacy of Your Own Home bill. I know, Representative Bliss, it's a little long. We could shorten it up, but the Government Overreach into the Privacy of Your Own Home bill. I guess I wrote that down because going through the emails, that's exactly what people are concerned about. There's multiple layers to this too. You got the Second Amendment, but then just the whole idea of the government dictating what a man or a woman does within the confines of their own home with their firearms. And as Representative Wiener pointed out, not their baseball bats or their kitchen knives or any other knife or black flashlights. They're firearms. The very thing that deals with what's actually written in our Constitution of the United States of America, the second one. And I would highly encourage the representatives on the other side of the aisle to go pull up the Second Amendment and read it and really meditate upon the word infringe. You shall not infringe upon our Second Amendment rights. And that is what you're doing tonight. What you're doing tonight is unconstitutional. It's wrong. We could also call it the heavy hand of government bill. This is abuse. This is nothing more than using the criminal code to prevent law-abiding citizens to protect themselves in their own home. That's what you're doing. This is nothing more than using the criminal code to prevent law-abiding citizens to protect themselves in their own home. You got to have it on your person or within your reach. Well, who decides what's within reach? We had a representative on this House floor bring up the fact that she wants to be able to protect her family and her kids at all times. So according to this law, she's got to be strapped while she's baking cookies. My goodness, what are we doing? This bill infringes upon our Second Amendment rights in our own home. And it's kind of just par for the course for you. I mean, it's like you're doing it without even batting an eye. Should government really be reaching into our homes and telling us what we can and can't do with our God-given rights? The answer is no. And it infringes upon our rights for our children to protect themselves in our own homes if we deem necessary, as Representative Heinzman so graciously pointed out earlier. It's like our lifestyle out in rural Minnesota. I mean, I grew up with a gun in my hand. It was a tool for hunting, for target practicing. My dad taught me good gun control. A steady aim. You hit your target. That's good gun control. and you're safe with it. He taught me gun safety. Again, I don't say this arrogantly, I actually say it humbly. I'm an expert with my firearm. My dad taught me how to use it. Tonight we were lectured on how we need to listen to the experts. Well, my dad has shot probably hundreds of thousands of rounds through his firearms. He's even got one beautiful firearm called a Glock. Man, Glock makes a great gun, a great tool. And my dad purposely shot like 20 or 30,000 rounds through that gun without cleaning it once, just to see if the Glock could handle it. And it did. I believe he still has the gun today, and it still shoots. Pretty amazing. That's what I grew up with. That's what a lot of Minnesotans grew up with. There's a lot of Minnesotans who are experts. Oh, maybe not according to your experts, but they are experts. It's an egregious bill. Last year's bill was even more egregious, but for the sake of not getting ruled out of order, I won't go back to that bill. But I can't help but wonder, just wonder, this is just what I'm thinking. I'm not saying this is what you're doing, I'm just thinking, gosh, maybe if they can just, if they just get this bill across the line, then maybe next session, they'll just keep adding to it. It's just opening the door of what they really want to accomplish here. Because that's the one thing I've noticed about Democrats. They might not get their full purpose across the line in one shot, but if they can just chip away at your rights a little bit here, a little bit there, boy, they're happy with it. I've seen that my whole life with the Democrat Party. You keep putting additional burdens on law-abiding citizens. That's the thing. This isn't going to protect children. It won't. And you can't give me any data that shows it will protect children. You're making Minnesotans unsafe in their home. This is the unsafe gun storage bill. And again, a man or a woman in their home, they're the king or queen of their castle. They decide how they're going to store their firearms in their own home. I mean, don't you get that? Going hundreds of years back when we became a nation, fighting against tyranny. See, the people who came over here across the Atlantic, they were being controlled and manipulated by their government, the government telling them what they could and couldn't do. And so this idea of America was to do things differently, not to be ruled by a king or a queen or a monarchy or by tyranny, but that the rulers and the authorities of this nation would be the people. The people. And we figured out this system of government with three branches. We elect representatives to write laws and make laws. We have the executive branch of government with the presider and the governors of each state. What their job is to do is to execute the laws of we the people. and then the judges to judge that law that we, the people, came up with. But here's the thing, you see, we're a republic, so we have a constitution in a constitutional republic that says, government, you can't go any further than this. Which leads me right back to the Second Amendment. Protects us from government infringing upon those rights. And I don't know, maybe you hate America, maybe you hate the Constitution, I don't know. But I don't. I love this nation, and I think many of us, most of us, all of us on this side of the aisle, we love our country. We love the United States of America. We love what it stands for. We love the Constitution. We love our freedoms and our liberties, and we understand that it's the people that are the rulers and the authorities of this nation. See, we don't even think about the idea of ruling with an iron fist because we understand that government officials in this country aren't rulers. They're public servants, which means we treat our people greater than ourselves. The one that I look up to the most, Jesus Christ, the King of my heart, he said, "He who wants to be greatest among you must become servant of all." And the legislation that you're pushing, you know what it does? It comes down on people, on law-abiding citizens. It comes down on them hard and turns them into criminals. And I don't want to hear this thing about the petty misdemeanor. I read the bill. No, it makes you a criminal while infringing upon your Second Amendment right. This bill does nothing to keep people safe in their home. It does quite the opposite. This bill makes people less safe in their own castle. Seconds matter when it's all going down, folks. Seconds matter. Representative Ann New Brindley did a great job of pointing out she's going to bet on herself. She wants to bet on herself, not on what the Democrat trifecta tells her what she should do in this state. And I'd put my money on her, too, in her own home, deciding what's best for her in her home. Did you hear that? Deciding what's best for her in her home. And I know you already got the votes. Later on, you're going to pass this bill. I know my words for you are probably going in one ear and out the other. But I'm going to let you know about it. I'm going to let you know that tonight you're violating our constitutional rights, our God-given constitutional rights. I'm going to let you know tonight that you're ruling instead of serving. I'm going to let you know tonight that you're feeding the heavy hand of government coming down on people rather than lifting people up, rather than securing the blessings of liberty for us and future generations, serving at the behest of your special interests. With that, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Here we are with another one of these gun bills, and even the one last year, the red flag, everybody keeps coming up with We want to save lives. You know what? Every person in here wants to save lives. We wouldn't be here if we didn't want to take care of our neighbors. At least we shouldn't be here if that's not our goal, to help take care of our neighbors. We shouldn't be here if we're not here to serve. If we're not here to serve the constituents that elected us and put us here. And I don't care how you serve it up. This bill and previous to the bill the other day, and the one that's coming, does not do what you say you want to do. All it does is put more burden on the citizens you're supposed to be serving. Puts the burden on them. Makes the possibility of them committing a criminal act, which they don't want to do. I don't want to. The author doesn't want to have a criminal act on her record because she didn't happen to put the gun away at the right time, in the right condition. I keep hearing that. It being said that guns are the leading killer of young people in the country, and yet when I look on the CDC site, that's not there. That's way down the list. It's way down the list. And Representative Weiner, he went through that list of the top tier of things that were the cause of death, and it's unintended deaths or accidental deaths. But if that is the case, that guns, that being shot, being killed by someone doing evil to a young person, or anybody else for that matter, if that is the case, then these bills aren't the answer, because these don't have any effect on the criminal element at all. These bills go after the law-abiding gun owners. And that makes absolutely no sense at all. It really does not. I've worked in violent crimes, I've worked in narcotics trafficking, all that stuff. I've had people tell me they're coming to my house and they're gonna murder me and my family because they went to prison. They were going to prison for the crimes that they were committing. That was the case that had built against them. So being the good father that I was, I kept my firearm available, the tools of my trade. Didn't ever want to use them on somebody. I've had them used on me by criminals. So I kept a shotgun with rounds in the magazine because people had outright threatened to come and kill me. But I give thanks to the good Lord above that that day never came. That I never had to put anybody in the ground that way. Nobody wants to do that. So when one of you speak over there, I'd like to know where those statistics are found, where those came from. That says that guns are the main killer of young people in this country. I'm really curious. Matter of fact, Madam Speaker, will the author of the bill submit to a question?
Representative Becker-Finn, do you yield for a question? Representative Grasso, she will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Becker-Finn. Where do I find that information that you cited?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Grosslow is just in the process of finding it, and I can email it to you as soon as I have it, or we can all stand here awkwardly while I find it for you.
Representative Grosslow.
Well, Madam Speaker and Representative, I had my information right here at my fingertips. The information I had was from the CDC and can find it right there, right away. So while you're looking for that, I mean, when you get around to it, and it comes time for you to speak, if you wouldn't mind sharing that with everybody so that we all have it. What I'm saying, people throw numbers around that, a lot of times they're just numbers, they're just personal opinions. Where is this coming from? And I learned 8 years ago that when you go to a committee or you go to talk about something on the floor, you had your information cited. You could tell people where to find it. You could present it to them so that people could look at it and say, yes, this is a credible source. So if you were prepared for this day, you would have that information right in front of you. Now, we went through this bill, we went through the amendment process, and good gosh, we had some darn good amendments coming from this side to try to, at least, if we couldn't stop it, to at least try to make it somewhat more palatable. And I liked Representative Meyer's amendment the best, because it brought us back to reality. It brought us back to a more solid foundation. Brought us back to the current statute with some language that you have in your own bill, Representative. And it would have been a decent compromise. Now, had he been given the opportunity, I think that would have been a better one, myself, in my opinion. But we didn't take that one. And now with the Novotny Amendment not being accepted, I'm sorry, but I don't, the way things have been going in the state of Minnesota, we got some prosecutors that don't believe the own people to hire to assess things and want to continue with prosecuting people who are doing the right thing, doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. And I don't want to be that person that gets bludgeoned with a flashlight when somebody breaks into my house, if somebody were to do that. Bludgeons you to unconsciousness and drags you out of reach of your firearm so it's no longer in your control. And that little amendment there would have, I still wouldn't have liked the bill, but it would have given you the folks a little bit of comfort anyway. To where if the violation occurs as a result of an unlawful entry, we've had a bit of that going on. And I've seen that throughout the law enforcement career as well. People breaking in, sneaking in through windows, coming in through doors, whatever. Sneaking into bedrooms. Surprising citizens with nefarious purposes in mind. First-degree burglary. Entering an occupied dwelling with the intent to commit a crime. And sometimes they have burglary tools, sometimes they have flashlights, and other stuff. But without taking that, if they go in there and steal the guns, no matter if you have them secured, what happens, but if it just so happens, like the scenario I described, if my gun's out on a nightstand and I get drug out of there, or I get taken out of there by knife point, whatever, I'm in violation according to this language in the bill, and I could be charged. I guess I have, I'm kind of wondering why you didn't keep working with the police officers associations and such. Oh, thank you. Might want to give this to the rest of the, okay. I'll have to read through this then because the information I got didn't have this in there. Here's 1, 2, whatever. So I guess I've got another question for you there, Representative, if the author would submit to more questions, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, a lot of times when I was working task force stuff, I'd have all my stuff bagged up, ready to go, and I have my firearms and firearms that I needed, rifle, in the trunk of my unmarked. Now under this bill, and I think that was one of the main reasons that the Sheriff's Association didn't like it, because out in rural Minnesota, we take our vehicles home with us. We have to take them home. We get called out 2, 3 o'clock in the morning a lot of times, and we got to go. Somebody's in need of help. Because a lot of times there's only one of us on duty to cover a massive area in the middle of the night, to where, you know, like the folks, like the testifier said before, like the rest of our colleagues said before, there are times where I could be in the county and it would take 45 minutes to an hour to get to somebody to help them. That's just how it is out in the rural part of the state. So to conserve as much time as possible, my equipment remained in my vehicle. And they were loaded. They were ready to go. Because you play hell trying to load an M16 or trying to load a shotgun while you're going down the road to a call, to a gun call, to a domestic call, to an intruder call, or something like that. You got to be concentrating on getting there as safely as possible so that you don't get in a wreck and cause another emergency. But I don't see where I would be covered by having my equipment ready to go and in the trunk of my squad car parked in my yard while I was in the house sleeping. Can you give me some assurance? I mean, can you point out to where does it say that law enforcement officers are covered? Because it one of the things that the Sheriff's Association was talking about was it's sketchy at best. Madam Speaker, would the author submit to more questions?
She will, Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative, can you enlighten me, educate me a little bit on that scenario, please?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we'll just point out that on line 3.1, one of the areas that this bill does not apply to, it actually doesn't change anything around transporting in a motor vehicle. And we did check this out with the BCA and DPS, specifically asking about squads. And I even checked with some of my local folks I know in law enforcement. And it's my understanding that we aren't just leaving loaded firearms completely unsecured in squad cars. There's a lot of different technology and different methods of keeping firearms under control while they're in vehicles. So again, we've got the exception here in a motor vehicle in compliance under 97B.045, so it doesn't change anything in that regard. And then again, if it's being stored, the definition of locking device, I know some squads have sort of, you can put the firearm in different ways and it kind of locks in. That would also be covered by a locking device.
Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, apparently, because you don't have the support of the Sheriff's Association or the MPPOA, and the chiefs are standing neutral from what I knew last, is that's not clear enough. And I would think that you would want to make sure that that was crystal clear and that there was no cloudy area around that. And that's, because that's, to me, when I'm talking about an unmarked, when I'm talking about a task force vehicle that's often used for undercover purposes and so on, you don't have the locking devices that I had in my cruiser, my patrol car. But it is necessary to have your equipment with you so that you can do your job, to help protect people. And that is some language that I think you might, going forward, if we're going to keep pushing this forward, I don't know that this will ever make it across the finish line or not. Myself, I hope it doesn't, because, of course, I think the law as it is just fine. And if you want to tweak it with a little bit of the language that you had in Representative Meyer's amendment, could live with that. But I'm still, even though I've worked for the government in numerous jobs, different scenarios, I still don't trust the government. I really don't, honestly. And you shouldn't either. I know you don't either. Yeah, the grin on your face tells me that. So, I hope you continue to work on that. I hope if this goes anywhere else, that you will work with our law enforcement community to get that language in there, to make it more palatable, to make it without question. And I wish you would reconsider the language, your own language that you took out that Rep. Novotny had. And I guess I have another question here too, Madam Speaker. Would the author submit to another question, Madam Speaker?
My apologies, Representative Grasso. Can you ask me the question again? I'm a little preoccupied. My apologies.
I was asking if the author would submit to another question.
She will yield. Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess, just thinking about it a little bit here. In a personal vehicle for an off-duty officer, or for anybody else, does a locked glove box, or locked glove compartment, or center console qualify as having that weapon secured?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did also want to point out on line 3.9 that this also does not apply to peace officers while the officer is engaged in the performance of official duties. So I want to just make sure we're clear about that, as you referenced wanting to make sure that you've got things at your ready when performing official duties. Further, I guess I would say if you have an undercover vehicle or some other vehicle and you're not anywhere near the vehicle, leaving that vehicle full of loaded weapons when you're not there is probably not actually the best plan.
Representative Grasso.
You know, they're not full of loaded weapons. Nobody does that unless you seized a bunch of weapons and they have a place for those. But I'm saying, you know, you pointed out 3.9, but as you know, that police officers really are never off of duty. Because like I said, that what I described there, it could be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I could have worked a full day, and that call comes in. Roust my backside out of bed. Got to get moving. Someone needs help. Okay? And if I've got that vehicle, I've got my equipment there, the stuff I depend on, the stuff that helps me, the tools of my trade, that helps me to get to that scene quicker, I don't want to have to be tracking, unlocking safes. I don't want to have to be dragging weapons out and so on and so forth. I want to be able to know that if my squad is parked out there, if my task force vehicle is parked out there, it's locked, things are secured inside. There's the back end of it has got the cases and such with equipment in it. I want to know as a peace officer that I got it parked in my yard because, like I said, out in rural Minnesota, we got to take this stuff home with us. Everything that we need to help other people, we got to take that home with us. And to tote all that stuff in and out of the house every night is going to delay me from getting to a scene to help somebody in need, in dire need. So I guess, can you give me, Madam Speaker, will the author
She will yield to a question. Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need more peace on that for our officers that are out there trying to do the job and trying to do the right thing, that they're not going to get hung out to dry for having their equipment stowed, locked, and secured in a vehicle in their yard out in rural Minnesota.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a couple things. One of the hypotheticals you talked about sounded like if you're on your way to a call, then that would be under your official duties and you would not be subject to this bill. Further, a firearm storage unit could be located within a vehicle. So the definition of a firearm storage unit on line 1.17, a secure tamper-resistant container that is only accessible to the owner or authorized users of the firearm stored in the container. So a firearm storage unit could be in a vehicle.
Representative Grosso.
So, Madam Speaker, if you'll yield again, Representative.
She will yield. Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So is there any money in here to put that kind of equipment in squad cars, to help agencies to be able to put those kind of storage units in squad cars? Because you grew up in Cass County, you said, all right? Whichever one up there, Beltrami County, okay, all right. And I worked in Clearwater County. Not a whole lot of funds go around those places. You make do with everything you got around you. You gather as much equipment as you can, and you do the best job you can to help take care of people. So is there any money in here that will help agencies to install those things? Because, like you said, when I was describing that, of course I'm covered if I'm on duty. If I'm out that door, but while I've got that vehicle sitting in the yard, apparently I must not be covered if I have my equipment in the trunk or in the back of that Suburban, whatever, unless it's in that secured locked container that you're talking about.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are no funds appropriated specifically for that purpose in this bill. I was going to tell you to bring a bill next year and I would sign on to it, but neither one of us is going to be here. So good idea, bipartisan idea for folks for next year, but appreciate the question.
Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's the whole point there. And that's, you're throwing this stuff at the citizens, you're throwing this stuff at the law enforcement community, and it's not done. Clearly, it's not done. It's done for this. It's done if you're if you're looking to put burdens on the good folks who are law-abiding citizens, it's done up perfectly for that. And like we discussed earlier, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop people. Sadly, it's not going to stop people from committing suicide. Because like I stated earlier, and this is from the CDC as well, that the areas that have implemented all these gun laws, suicide continued to increase. Continued to increase. Now go ahead and look that up. Maybe it's in the CDC, and you can find it. But that's your source right there. It continued to increase. And that's why I made the suggestion that, we're here to serve. We're not here to roam around in nice, luxurious palaces that cost $750 million, folks. We're here to serve the people of this state. And it's part-time, by the way. It's part-time. We're not supposed to be living off of the citizens. We're not supposed to be sopping up the gravy continuously with that big old biscuit. You're supposed to be here to serve. Now, Representative Becker-Finn, you talk about being a gun owner and knowing the importance of all this stuff, but I wish, God darn it, I wish you'd have taken some of these recommendations that we had, some of these amendments, because they'd have helped make this a lot better. But you still got the list of it there. And if you really want to make it a bill that you're doing good with, then I would say you need to do some more work on it to get the sheriffs and police and MPPOA on board with you. Because right now it's not ready, and I don't know why. Man, you run a pretty tight ship most of the time, but on this it's like, what happened here? What happened here? So this thing to me and the ones before it, and as I look over the whole landscape and being a former investigator and things like that I don't just look at one piece, I look over the whole landscape of things to try to find the totality of what's going on. And from the stuff that I've seen pass through this body in these last couple of years, I find it very appalling. I find it very appalling what has been done and what is being done. You keep going after the law-abiding citizens, and you shouldn't be doing that. You keep going after the kids, you shouldn't be doing that. You keep going after religious freedoms, and you shouldn't be doing that. There's a whole list of things that you're going after people's constitutional rights. And frankly, myself and a whole lot of people in Minnesota, and I bet you ask anybody uptown, they're going to tell you, keep your hands off my constitutional rights. Do the job that you were elected to do and serve the public. Help keep the communities safe in Minnesota. Help keep the roads good in Minnesota. Help kids to be able to read. Other than trying to educate them and all that other stuff, keep your hands off them. Keep your hands off the kids. But as far as this goes, this is an attack on the Second Amendment, as has been clearly stated earlier. I'm tired of government. I'm tired of this DFL trifecta in this state trying to barge their way into our homes to lie, to murder, and to steal from the citizens of this state. And there is going to be accountability one day. There is going to be accountability because everybody answers to God sooner or later. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but you will answer. Now, I hope you do an about face and start serving people instead of attacking them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Before I start, I do want to make a comment. One of the speakers a little while ago made an inference that something along the lines of we must hate this country. And I would just encourage us to not go there. I think my assumption, our assumption is that we all love this country. We love our state. And we have disagreements over policy, and they can be vehement disagreements. But to question our love of country, I think, is not where we should go. Representative Becker-Finn, thank you for your focus on saving lives and your attention on saving kids' lives. I want to ground us in one of the key reasons we should pass this bill, why this is so important. So the data is clear. Firearms are the leading cause of deaths for American teens and children. Let's talk a little bit more about data. A study found that households that locked firearms and ammunition were associated with a 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. Another study estimated that if 1/2 of all households with children that have at least one unlocked gun switched to locking all their guns, 1/3 of youth gun suicides and unintentional deaths could be prevented, saving an estimated 251 lives nationwide a year. That's data. But this issue became more intense to me over the past year when a dear friend of mine and constituent, Jed Schlegelmilch, came and talked to me and told me his story. Now, Jed and I have been coaching baseball together for many years. We started when our kids are 5, and our boys are now both 17. When Jed was 14, his older brother, John, went to a party at a good friend's house. A bunch of teens there. It happened to be a house where there were a lot of guns, and they were not stored safely. I think their kids were very comfortable with guns, but the guns were around. Somehow that night, John got a gun and killed himself. The hole that it leaves in people's lives and that Jed has shared with me, I can feel it today. It's not something one recovers from. You move on, but listening to him, it's not something you ever fully recover from. The data on this is clear. The stories are clear. I think Representative Becker-Finn has done a really good job of putting guardrails around this and answering the concerns of safety. This is a thing that will save kids' lives. It's just common sense. Vote for the bill.
I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I kind of found that over the past years, when logic attempts to come into this house, we turn it right around and we send it out the door and we say, we want nothing to do with logic here. We talk about data, we give these claims. We heard a claim that said that I am more likely to have my weapon used against me than I would be able to use it against someone who is potentially attacking me. That is an incredibly subjective and illogical claim. I happen to be a fairly trained person when it comes to the utilization and implementation of firearms. Other people are probably not. And those people have an absolute right, if they feel uncomfortable, to not utilize or implement the utilization of these weapons. It is entirely within their right as human beings. So that is an incredibly subjective comment to be made. When we're hearing data that says things like if or could, also is more hypothetical than actual statistics, data, and logic. Now, we had some comments that were said without citing sources. So let me cite some of my sources here. I'm utilizing the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, utilizing the Pew Research Center, NPR, the FBI, and the CDC when I'm going to tell you about actual statistics that is not based in if or could and is not subjective based off of an individual's skill. This is actual numbers. So, in the year 2021, so I understand this is probably 2 years old, it's probably not even close. I'm sure that crime has been reduced significantly through our actions here in the past 2 years. In 2021, there were 20,958 murders, homicides in the United States. There were 549 accidental firearm deaths. And members, that is a tragedy in itself. It is. It absolutely is. But we're talking here, the comments that have been made was that this is going to save children's lives. Now, the majority of these accidental injuries were adults attempting to properly utilize their firearms. They were not, the majority were not children. The vast majority were not children. And the death of even one child is an absolute tragedy. Members, if this actually were to do the job that is being claimed on this floor here tonight, I would vote for it absolutely. To save one child's life, I would vote for it. But it is illogical to believe that this is going to reduce the deaths of any human being on the face of this earth. And I'll tell you why. It is because it is unenforceable. The sheriff is not going to go to the judge and say, I have reason to believe that so-and-so has their weapons unlocked. I think you should issue a warrant for me to be able to search the premises. What judge is going to do that? And what facts do you have to issue the warrant for this? It is absolutely unenforceable. But not only is it unenforceable, we have a serious problem. The information that was provided to us, that was made available to us all, it talks about gun violence. It says firearm injury, which includes gun violence. Members, the vast majority of that is gun violence as the result of a homicide. It says right here that the University of California at Davis research team found that 1 in 4 youth live within a half a mile of at least one gun-related homicide in that year. At least one related gun homicide that occurred in that year. 1 out of 4 children today. Why are we not working on that? Why are we not trying to reduce homicides here in the state of Minnesota? To make matters even worse, we're trying to reduce the sentencing for violent crimes involving guns. So here we are attacking law-abiding citizens, saying you do not have the right to protect yourself if you believe that you can adequately and responsibly do so. Instead, we are also saying those who do bad things don't deserve to be punished. This is where logic gets kicked right out the door of this place. It's like we aren't even comprehending this. It's like we're just imagining that we can do something here and not actually addressing the issue. The issue, members, regarding gun violence and the death of our Minnesota residents is crime. It's crime. Accidents are horrible things, like poisoning, like tripping and falling. These are terrible things. But there's some really low-hanging fruit here. We can save thousands of people's lives by addressing crime. Did you know that in the United States, you are 40 times more likely to be murdered than you are to die from an accidental firearm injury? 40 times more likely. 40 times. To make matters even more impressive here, we spent an extensive period of time talking about home invasions. In the United States, you are 700 times more likely to have someone come into your home uninvited than you are to be involved in a fatal gun accident. 700 times more likely that someone's going to come in through a basement window, dressed in black, with all you've got in your hand is a steak knife. 700 times. In the United States, in Minnesota, it's even worse, because we are actually above average when it comes to home invasions here in the state of Minnesota. We're above average. In the state of Minnesota, based off of how many home invasions we've had versus how many accidental firearm injuries that resulted in a fatality we've had, you are 3,631 times more likely to have your home invaded than you are to die from a firearm injury, an accident. 3,631 times more likely that someone dressed in black goes in through your basement window and you trip over them as you're trying to call for help. 3,631 times. Members, if you honestly, actually wanted to do something, you would address those issues. You would take the low-hanging fruit and you would save lives. Representative Becker-Finn, I cannot believe that statistic that says 1 in 4 children live within a half a mile of a gun homicide. 1 in 4. This, members, will not reduce that even by 0.00001%. And you know it to be true. Logic tells you that that is true. Let's actually and honestly attempt to reduce gun deaths in the state of Minnesota. And the way that we do that significantly and logically is by attacking crime, not attacking law-abiding citizens and turning them into criminals. That acerbates the problem. It makes it worse. Let's actually get to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is violent gun crimes. And I would love to reduce crimes. I'm fearful that the majority does not. Members, this is a terrible idea. It's illogical. It's unenforceable. Let's honestly and actually put our minds together and do something to save lives here in the state of Minnesota. Thank you. Vote against this, and let's try again and do it better.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Becker-Finn, you know, I usually say as an example that we agree on 11 things, but we added a 12th, I don't know, a couple weeks ago where members, for those listening, we're having a blood drive. We're having a blood drive next week. I'm not sure if we have openings or not, but I hope we do. Apparently we do. So now we have 12 things. But I wanted to talk about this bill and why I'm voting no. A lot has been said by my colleagues, and Representative Olson just took a lot of what I was going to say, so I will be mercifully less long. Thank you for that. There was a conversation earlier on the first Franson Amendment about how we need to really look at how experts should be the only ones having a gun and defending themselves. And I just want to point out that that was not the intent of the Second Amendment ever. Ever. Nowhere in the Second Amendment does it say anything about experts. And now there are a number of us in here that shoot quite a bit, and Representative Bliss is still in suspect. We don't know if he hunts or shoots or what he does. But personalities. Here's the thing. The founders never once looked at a criterion for self-protection and self-defense as whether or not you were expert. That is a completely illogical comment. And there are Supreme Court cases, New York v. Bruin, McDonald v. Chicago, District of Columbia versus Heller, critical Second Amendment cases that have been found. And, so I'm pro-gun, a lot of us are pro-gun. You know who else is pro-gun? Supreme Court. They are. They are. And what they have said is it is an individual's right guaranteed to them to have a gun. Expert status is not one of the predicates as to whether or not you're able to own a gun to defend yourself. That's not in there. And if I think I have a couple hundred copies of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights in my office. If it wasn't raining, I could still go get them for you. If you'd like a copy, let me know. But that's not a predicate for being able to defend yourself. And we have laid out a fair number of examples of situations that you should be able to defend yourself because, as we know, bad things happen. Representative Olson just talked about proximity to a gun crime. We have seen examples over the years. We've shared examples here from some of our members, compelling examples as to why this bill should not become law, because what it winds up doing is it puts people who need to be able to defend themselves quickly a little further back from being able to do so. You know, I sit next to Representative Rarick, and as she's sharing, I'm really trying to hold it together, and you all know what I've been talking about. And Representative Harder sharing that compelling stuff. Now, I don't know. I've spent a fair amount of time with each of them, but I don't think they're experts. They probably own guns, and they probably know how to shoot, and they should be able to defend themselves because that is their constitutional guarantee. I think what we're missing here is that this is one extra hindrance that if it becomes law, will get put in place that makes people who need to be able to defend themselves quickly in peril. I would like, Madam Speaker, to ask the author if she would yield to a question, because I forgot to ask this earlier, if she would be so kind.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Becker-Finn, I had a scenario, and I know you had addressed earlier that, there's a potential 1,000 scenarios, but because maybe 1,001 will go now, but 1,001 Arabian, no constitutional injustices. Scenario is this. One of our fine law enforcement officials that has a take-home squad, as they often do in Carver County, and I'm sure you've done a ride-along, I hope you have, and for those that haven't, you really should, but they have a locked biometric-driven clamp for their long gun in the squad. My scenario is, and I want to be able to answer my sheriff because this was one of the questions if this were to become law, if they take the squad home and they leave that in the rack in the vehicle and go inside and go to bed, clearly that's not within reach and control. Does that put them in a situation where in your bill they are going to be charged with a crime.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we got into this a little bit with Representative Grossel's question. So you've got 97B, you've got the locking device. I mean, one of the questions would be whether it's loaded or not while you're leaving it. If it is, so if you go to firearm storage unit, so if it falls under the definition of a storage unit, then this would not apply to them. If they're leaving it loaded but with a locking device where it's not, does not fall under the definition of a firearm storage unit, then potentially that would be a violation. Your question was if they would be charged, and I doubt it, but that was your question. I will say that when we do go to conference on this bill, this is, I would be open to discussing to make sure that it's very clear and that there is assurances to folks about that. But as I stated before, the idea was like if you are following the transporting a firearm in a motor vehicle current statute, this is not supposed to apply to you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that's probably a worthy conversation. And you know that I hope that your bill doesn't become law. But as you work on this, thank you, appreciate that. As you work on this, I know that law enforcement is opposed to this. And I think it's a worthy effort for you to involve them. Again, I still hope it doesn't become law. And as you brought up, Representative Grossel, I believe I am one of the people that could probably drag him away somewhere if we needed. Igo and Olson could probably help me if necessary. But going back to something that's very serious, we heard a long conversation earlier about some very heartfelt things that people on our side are concerned about. And I didn't hear Chair Becker-Finn say, no, these are not valid. And I do appreciate that you say, these are compelling and they're gut-wrenching. And we do talk a lot about a lot of things here from our own lives that it hurts to talk about if it happened to you. And I just don't want you to move forward on this and not address some of those concerns, because they're valid concerns that if the bill becomes law and I think Representative Knutson talked about making cookies with her kids, if she has to go to the other side of the house and she doesn't have a holster on her pajamas. I don't know that anybody makes that. That'd be bad. Tactical pajamas. But I think that there's use cases that are not outlandish that wind up creating problems for people like Representative Knutson or my own wife or whomever if they feel like they need to have their weapon within close reach. And I will share something with you. During I forget when it was, but during the riots, a lot of us, we got some threats, and I think both sides got threats. My wife was quite concerned, and she said, well, what do I do? And I said, well, you can defend yourself if we have to, and I really hope it doesn't come to that, and it didn't. But on that real scenario, and I have to think that a lot of us on both sides of the aisles got threats during that time. I did, to the point where Captain Roski from the patrol talked to my sheriff, and they took actual steps because I said things that some people didn't like on one side of the issue, and that shouldn't surprise anybody. But the very fact that my wife was concerned, and if this bill becomes reality, in the next potential scenario of something like that, my wife is going to have a hard time possibly defending herself in our home. And people across Minnesota will have a hard time defending themselves. Representative Heinzman talked about a scenario that if you live in a township, and I represent 3 townships, I used to have a lot more, but Representative Harder got the balance. If you live in a township, weird things happen in the country sometimes. They do. Some of them are good weird things. Some of them are disconcerting weird things. Because people seem to have a different mentality when they get out in the middle of nowhere and they decide to maybe not listen to the voices of their better angels. Or maybe they didn't have the voices of the better angels to start off with. But the scenarios are true, they actually exist, they're real, they impact everyday Minnesotans, and they don't have to sit down and put on their thinking cap and dream up things that will stump Chair Becker-Finn. And again, I do appreciate that you recognize that there are a lot of scenarios where this could jam somebody up. I just have grave concerns about what happens, the what ifs, and the what fors. And do we wind up having people who get hurt simply because now that a new law has been put into place and they're trying to comply and they are law-abiding citizens, because the criminals don't care. They don't give a crap about new laws. Criminals don't. And I'll spare you with the gas and sip example because we've all heard it. But they don't worry about these things. So what you're doing is you're hoping to pass a bill that will impact the Knutson family from, if they have concerns, well, now the cookie thing is going to be a lot weirder because mom may have to carry a shotgun around on her shoulder while she's stirring the dough. We can do better. Members vote no.
I recognize the member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you for the robust conversation that we've had today on this important piece of legislation. You know, as representatives, we get many emails on a variety of issues. So last year, the top email getter was people were offended against House File 1, which was the termination of a pregnancy from conception until you could be on delivery table. People were upset by that. This year, overwhelmingly, the emails that I'm getting from people in my district is that they are opposed to this bill and all the other ones that are similar to it. And they are growing weary of the continued chipping away of our constitutional rights as citizens. So this bill imposes more restrictions on us law-abiding gun owners rather than address the issue of why or how criminals are obtaining firearms. After all, if this bill passes, will they be locking up their firearms as well? More than likely not. The bill doesn't address anything in terms of education. Education is important. So like, for example, my child, who was an avid hunter, and before I allowed him to do that, I sent him to a firearms training class. I feel that education is important. It's important for my child to understand what his rights are and how to be responsible owner of a firearm. The bill also doesn't address how is this going to be enforced? How are we going to make sure that everyone who owns firearms has their firearms locked up? According to the sheriffs in my district, they say enforcement is going to be nearly impossible. And they also have mentioned that they can't think of a single occasion when they've needed to investigate an allegation of an unsafe firearm storage. That was their response. And I want to remind the body that our Constitution is important, and the amendments, the Bill of Rights, are for citizens. And we do have the right to keep and bear arms. And that right trumps anyone else's feelings of slowly removing our rights as citizens, losing our right to speak. Now we're going to be losing our rights here and there in terms of our firearms. I don't agree with it. And so I'm just, as all of the people in my district have been emailing me, and I email them back, and this is my response to all of them here, is that I agree with the people of my district, and I do not support this legislation. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get to my remarks I had for tonight, I wanted to clear up a few things that I heard tonight. There's an old saying, there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. I read this, and it's really funny to listen to the other side talk about this study. They talk about it's the leading cause of death for children in America. Well, the study says young people, and there's a difference. In our statutes, we define children as anybody under 18. In this study, in order to skew the numbers to get what you wanted, you included 18 and 19-year-olds in this. And, well, not you, the CDC included 18 and 19-year-olds in that study. And that study also includes gang shootings, drive-bys, all that fun stuff. So again, it's not children, it's young people. In our statute, children is under 18 years old. And that's why the difference in the numbers that we heard tonight, because we were going by what your bill said and what you were saying. So we looked up those statistics. And those numbers are much, much different than what you gave us. It's also been said that Representative Knutson's going to have to invest in some tactical pajamas to be cooking cookies. My wife, I bought her a nice concealed carry purse. It's a really cool little purse. It's got a little hidden pocket in the side. And I would venture a guess that not all, but the majority of women that carry guns would be in their purse. When you come in the house, you don't carry that purse to the couch. You don't carry that purse to the bathroom. You set the purse down on the counter, on the table. You walk away 2 feet, it's now out of your control, out of your reach, and you are a criminal. So that's the second thing I wanted to clear up. And the best one I heard was the author of the bill talking to Representative Nash just recently, where he was talking about the firearm being stored in the squad car with the biometric lock. And you said he probably wouldn't be charged at that point. And you know what? We've got a state trooper right now fighting for his life because he did what he was trained to do and was told if he followed his training, he wouldn't be charged. Guess what? He's being charged. So thank you for that reassurance, Rep. Becker-Finn. I appreciate that. This bill, I got to watch my words here because I know I can't swear, but I'm going to try to quote our governor. This bill is bat spit crazy, okay? Spit, not the other word. If you want to know why we didn't help you with it, Rep. Becker-Finn, it's because I certainly didn't want my fingerprints on this piece of paper. Not one bit. I don't agree with this premise whatsoever. The government has no business telling me in my house where to store my firearms or how to properly use my firearms in my house. No business. All right. So again, in our bill, this bill, your bill, not mine, a child is anyone under 18. And the parents know. The parents in my area, the kids, the curiosity on a firearm is gone because the parents expose them to the firearms. They take them out and shoot. It's something to look forward to do with mom or dad or grandpa. They're not curious. They know what they are. They know how to use them. They know that if they're going to get a chance to use them probably on the weekend, so they're not curious. And my generation, I'm a little older, probably than 90% of the people here. Not a few of you, but most of you. Newton, I love you, brother, but yeah. We took gun safety when we were 12. And you could hunt alone when you were 14. I think I was doing it at 13. It was on my own private land. We had a small farm in southern Minnesota down by a place called Randolph. I don't know if anybody knows where that is. Well, there you go. That's my hometown. Don't mention my name down there. You probably won't make it out. But just kidding. I hunted every day. We had pheasants, so many pheasants down there you could We jumped a bunch of birds one time, and you couldn't even see the field. There was hundreds of pheasants down there. And I would go out every day. Every day I could go out, I went out pheasant hunting. I love that. That's time with me and my dog. Well, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. It used to really make my mom angry because Thanksgiving was the best time to hunt. It was cool. The dog could hunt all day. And I couldn't tell you how many Thanksgiving dinners I've missed. I've obviously made up for that, but when I was young, I was paid 25 cents for every gopher I brought back to my dad. That was great money. That's how I purchased fishing reels and tackle, because I am a fisherman. Now, to clear up the grate, is Representative Bliss a hunter or not? I used to hunt deer, and as you get a little older, the cold, wet weather starts to wear a little bit on your bones. I was sitting in a tree stand. It was getting dark. It was raining, and I was cold. And I'm going, I don't want to see a deer. I don't want to see a deer. And I thought, what am I doing here? So I climbed down out of the stand and never went back up. I do, however, pheasant hunt every year as often as I can still to this day. Grouse hunting's fun too, but if you ever go grouse hunting with a lab, you're just listening to the birds fly through the forest, so you don't really get a shot off at them. I did mention about the deer camp, hunting camp, and the firearm sitting next to the door on a stand, and that I would be a criminal. And I just wanted to clarify this. I was, your law enforcement officer over there corrected me that it wasn't a crime. However, in that scenario, it is a gross misdemeanor punishable up to 364 days in jail and a $3,000 fine. So yes, it is a crime, and I would be a criminal at that point. And I do want to thank the author for offering the A7 amendment. Prior to that, no, not prior to that, but the original version of this bill, one iteration prior to the one that we saw here tonight, if you allowed your 17-year-old child access to your gun safe to go grouse hunting after school, you would have been a felon. This bill fixed that. Thank you, Rep. Becker-Finn, for allowing something that's in our Constitution. So again, we didn't help you fix this, but you had it for almost 2 years. It's part of our Constitution. I'm going to read it for you. Two work sessions, I said. Probably a year and a half you had it. Wait, I got to get my cheaters on. Because remember, I'm older than most of you. Hunting and fishing and the taking of game and fish are a valued part of our heritage that shall be forever preserved for the people and shall be managed by law and regulation for the public good. So I read you that. I'm going to put this in what I'd like to call the DFL Constitution storage bin, right down there next to the recycling. This is good. Just the fact that particular, the A7 amendment, was added at the 12th hour to this bill perfectly illuminates why this bill is not ready for prime time. Something that is guaranteed by our Constitution in the state of Minnesota, and the author didn't think that it should be included in this bill, didn't think about that. There are, let's see, okay. So, yep, we went over the gross misdemeanor. Okay, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about rural areas. So, Rep. Nash mentioned that he has 3 townships. My largest city in my district is 1,300 people. It's a 3-hour drive across my district, so there's untold number of townships. And yeah, we do some crazy stuff in townships, but it's mostly fun. But in that kind of area, an hour response time for law enforcement is not unheard of. So I don't know about you. I don't walk around my house with a gun strapped to my hip. I do have firearms in the house. I'll get to some personal stories here later. I do keep a varmint rifle by my front door. It's not anything you're your average thief is going to want to take out and do drive-by shootings or even do a holdup with it. It's an older gun, but it's there for varmints. Again, it's an hour sometimes. On average, about 35, 40 minutes to get law enforcement out to my house. I don't have, actually my township is even unorganized, so I don't have any kind of structure out there. And I do have well, I won't go there. So the property crimes and predatory animals, I would say the vast majority of folks in my district keep a loaded gun by their front door. It's not going to be a high-end rifle. It's not going to be a high-end handgun, but it's something that they need. Now, I do want to get into the sheriffs. Last year, and I know this was a different bill number, 396. Yes, it's a lot different, but a lot of the provisions are still in there that are really bad. I wanted to read, get my cheaters on here again. We had 76 sheriffs write in last year, tell you how bad this bill, or the 396 was. The portions I'm going to read from the letters only apply to what is still in this bill. We talked about the drive time. This is Becker County. He said, as a felon personally told me, go ahead and make more gun laws. It won't affect me. And let's see. Sheriff of Beltrami County. The Bill of Rights, so that's a good thing that you guys should try reading once in a while. The Bill of Rights gives us framework of an inherent right to keep and bear arms. This right is also to provide protection to ourselves and families. The Bill of Rights also gives us the right to be secure in our homes. Government overreach is not a right of the state or federal government. If this bill were to be put into law, I would not be able to enforce it, nor would any other law enforcement officers in the state of Minnesota. It serves no value other than to the criminals who wish to do us harm. Here's Cass County. This is Sheriff Brian Welk. You probably know him from a lot of the testimony he's been doing down here at the Capitol. He's one of my sheriffs. I live in Beltrami County, but Cass is just a few miles away. He references 609.666, negligent storage of firearms, access to firearms. This is what we currently have in law. A person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who negligently stores or leaves a loaded firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access, unless reasonable action is taken to secure the firearm against the child. That's current law. So we do already protect children in our state. He goes on to reference 624.713, and that's contributing to the delinquency of a minor if we allow the children to have access to firearms. And it says, on the other hand, this bill makes it a crime to own a firearm if it's not locked up or within immediate control. This is true even if you have no children, which is what most of us in the rural area, well, actually, not most of us, me. I live in such a rural area. Oh, well, yeah, how rural, yeah. I want to get to one more letter first. This is the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. There was such an overwhelming input from sheriffs the last time around. The Sheriff's Association decided to make it a one-stop shop for their opposition to this bill. We believe this proposed legislation is overly broad. Hey, that's some words that we've heard tonight. And could yield to unintended repercussions. Creating a criminal offense for a firearm ownership without easy for you to say, without secure storage, even in a situation where children or ineligible persons are not present, fails to strike a balance between safety and individual rights, and may disproportionately affect law-abiding citizens. Furthermore, the prescribed penalties outlined in this bill appear disproportionate to the alleged offense of negligent storage. That's fine. You know, there's a few other ones here. I wanted to read you the Fourth Amendment, in case you're not aware of it, is the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. to be secure in their house from government. All right, that's enough of the sheriffs. I love the sheriffs, but I don't want to read anymore. There's a lot of letters here, and I'm sure you got copies of them from last year. And again, it's a different bill, but the storage aspects of them are very similar. The only one that you took out was you don't have to store the ammunition in a different location, which was silly anyway. Let's see. Law enforcement brought a couple of issues to me, and I'm going to personalize them. I've got an elderly gentleman. He's my neighbor. Otto, I'm sorry, I'm going to drop your name here, buddy. If you're watching, I apologize. Otto's probably the most independent 80-year-old man I've ever met in my life. He lives by himself in a cabin in the woods. Kind of sounds like a little fairy tale. You've heard of helicopter mothers. They're the ones that like swoop over and watch their children and make sure that... He's got a helicopter daughter that she lives in southern Minnesota. And if he doesn't answer the phone, I get a phone call. I'm his neighbor. Matt, can you go down and check on my dad, please? He didn't answer the phone. I'm like, I'm sure he's out fishing. Well, he should have answered his phone. I'm sorry. We actually had sheriffs out looking for him one time. You know where he was? He was in the coffee shop in Bemidji with a friend, and his cell phone was not charged. We had the sheriffs out looking for that guy. So imagine, now Otto lives in a cabin in the woods. He's been woken up in the middle of the night by his door rattling. It was not a burglar. It was a bear, a 400-pound bear trying to get into his house. And he keeps a 410 by his door. And he shot that bear in the butt. And guess what? That bear didn't come back ever. But that's a 400-pound bear trying to get... Now, you guys down here in the cities, you're probably not going to run into that. I'm not going to say never, but climate change might bring the bears down here. I don't know. But we have it up there. I got lots of stories about bears. My wife tells a story about me in my bright colored swim trunks, and that was all I was wearing in the middle of the night chasing a bear around. And yeah, he was a big boy too. So imagine Otto having a welfare check performed on him. The sheriff comes in. Now, this is the story the sheriff told me. If he goes to do a welfare check on Otto, and he goes into the house, Otto brings him in, pours him a cup of coffee, says, yeah, my daughter's kind of nuts, sorry. She just worries about me. As he's leaving, he sees that shotgun sitting by the door. What's he going to do? Is he going to cite Otto for doing a welfare check on him? No. Oh, you know what? He probably won't be charged because those county attorneys. But he probably won't be charged. Another story, local story, in my area, in my township, actually. Get that, Jim? My township. There was an elderly gentleman that was in a wheelchair. He lived alone. Guy came to his door, busted in his door. Had heard this guy had some money in the house. I don't know if he ever did or not. But he had a half-full bottle of whiskey, and he was hitting him on the head with it. And the old man was able to roll back far enough to get into his bedroom and grab the gun he had hidden under his bed and ended that situation. That would be illegal under this bill. You know, I guess one of the things that bothers me is this, it's the Metro Democrats thinking they know how we live in northern Minnesota and in the rural areas. And I have no children in my house. In the wintertime, in the summertime, when my grandkids come up and my resort opens up, guess what? My guns go in storage. They do. I lock them up. I'm a good boy. But in the wintertime, when I'm there by myself and I have coyotes coming and looking at my dogs when I'm letting them out, nope, I'm keeping a gun by the door. I'm sorry. And I think, nearest child to my house is probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles maybe. Now my brother, he lives in a more densely populated area. It's about 1 mile for him, between him and the nearest child. My brother's 64 years old, lives by himself. Not really a cabin in the woods, but lives by himself out in the woods. I have another family member, it's probably 3 miles or more before we see another child. Again, this is rural Minnesota. I can drive 20 minutes and not see another house. These places are not, the kids are not getting the guns out of rural Minnesota. One of the things, we don't have any law enforcement that supports this bill. None. No law enforcement supports this bill. If there is, there's one that I tried to find out, and they didn't testify, and they haven't made any public statements, so I'm assuming they're neutral. But I know the Minnesota Sheriff's Association and the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association do not support this. And again, if you were really serious about preventing gun crime, you wouldn't have introduced a bill on the same day that this bill was introduced that reduced the mandatory sentences for gun crimes, for violent gun crimes. How many stories do you hear where this guy's been in and out of jail 15, 20, 25 times, and he gets out and he gets a hold of a gun and shoots somebody? It happens. Start cracking down on the criminals. One of the sheriff's letters I didn't get to said the reason this mandatory storage one right now is rarely prosecuted. Rarely prosecuted. Let's start cracking down on those people. And this is clearly just another anti-gun bill. Last year, we had a DFL rep from over there state that they'd watched a video of a guy getting out of a car. I think it was a mall, and it was a mentally ill shooter. And that representative says that mentally ill shooter didn't shoot those people or kill those people. The gun killed those people. You know, growing up, we just call that cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Members, guns don't kill people. People kill people. Bad people kill people. This bill puts law enforcement in some really bad predicaments. I want to know how this is enforced. How is it enforced? Are we going to get neighbors getting mad at a property line dispute and calling the sheriff and say, hey, I know this guy's got a gun sitting on his counter? That's a good way to build neighborly relationships. And it's going to put the sheriff in a bad position. You can't, this bill is unenforceable. Unenforceable. How can you prove that Representative Knudsen didn't have that gun strapped to her hip? How are you going to prove that? You can't. Especially with those tactical pajamas. Responsible, law-abiding gun owners do not need Metro Democrats legislating how we store our firearms. It's that simple. We don't need your advice. And frankly, I don't think I ever asked permission. And there's another one, the author of this bill says, I don't think it's too much to ask for you to change your lifestyle. I lived in the South for 8 years, 6 years in Virginia, 2 years in Georgia. And anybody familiar with the Southern vernacular? Rep. Becker-Finn, bless your heart. This is probably one of the most irresponsible bills we've heard this year. And this bill will probably get people killed. Or people will just not comply. And members, I'm not suicidal.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, that last sentence is very, very deeply affecting me right now because many, many people are suicidal, and I don't know why we would say that. Many, many people die by guns because they are suicidal, and this is actually what I did not intend to talk about, but I find that to be just a non-motive based, just absolutely brutal statement to have just made on the House floor. People are suicidal. The reason that we need this bill is not because you can enforce it by calling the police on your friends, because you can prevent suicidality from becoming successful suicides. And I know I'm not supposed to use that word, but I do sometimes. So I'm going to say right from the start, there's a lot of research about how people end up in a position to commit suicide. Suicide is actually very often a convenience act. If you lock a gun up, people will not commit suicide. If they have access to a gun, do the research on this. This is something that I know very well. Usually it's an hour. If you can survive from when you want to commit suicide, if you can survive for 1 hour, you will live. If that gun is locked up, if you make it 1 hour, you will live. That is research, that is fact. If you think that people should just kill themselves, well, then I can't argue with that. So I'm very unexpectedly in this position, and I'm sorry. What I wanted to say is that we heard a lot of stories earlier about I'm just gonna say thank you, Representative Becker-Finn, for bringing this bill. I wasn't in the chamber for a lot of this. It is very hard for me to hear stories from people about being harassed, being stalked, being assaulted, being pursued by people, having people threaten you at work, having people threaten you in public, having people pursue you to do violence against you because of your gender. We heard many, many, many tragic personal stories from the members of the other side about that, and I think that we all know our members on our side have had those experiences as well. It is actually one of the least unique things about women and queer people is that we experience violence. So I'd like to think of that more as something that bonds us rather than divides us. I also think it's worth noting that after tonight's stories and testimonies that we have heard, I think we can really put to bed the idea that living outside of the cities is where you live to be safe. And that the cities are full of crime and our greater Minnesota communities are not. We heard what life is like, and we know what life is like here. And we are all victims in a world where, frankly, women and queer people are treated with violence. So we don't need to pretend like that doesn't happen, that we don't need to think about how to make statewide solutions to these problems, because we all experience these things. And I know it doesn't make everybody happy to hear me say it, but I am also a woman who has had an immense amount of violence committed against me. And I also didn't want to have a gun on me that moment to protect myself. I do not believe that would have helped me either. Representative Herr. Finally, I just want to say, what I was going to end with, which is what I ended up starting with, the point of this, in my mind, is preventative. It is not punitive. It is making it more difficult for vulnerable people. More than half of gun deaths in the United States are acts of suicide. They are not murders. They are not defensive uses of a weapon to fight off someone. 54% of people who die in America because of firearms die from suicide. If we can get that young person to survive for 1 hour, they will live. This will make it harder. That is how we will save lives.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Bliss, I didn't realize how brutal your debate could be. Such brutality. Members, legitimately, what are we doing here? This makes no sense to me. And this is the most perplexing use of a legislative day that I've experienced in my albeit short tenure. I mean, by my loose count, we've been at this for about 8 hours. And as Representative New Brinley pointed out earlier, it's a peculiar choice to focus on a bill that very likely is not going to make its way to the governor's desk as a result of the balance in the other chamber. But more than that, more than just the prioritization of talking about this bill today, when we have roughly, 10 legislative days left, it turns out we don't need it. It's completely unnecessary on your own terms. I mean, we've heard some very varied explanations for why this bill is needed that seem a little all over the map. But at root, I think it's safe to say that the basis of the presentation is we want to protect kids from accessing firearms. Now, Representative Bliss, in the midst of your brutal debate, you actually effectively ended the debate. And I don't even know if you realized it. You pointed out that we have a statute, 609-666, with a very interesting title, negligent storage of firearms. Seems relevant, especially considering the presentation of this bill tonight and much of the debate surrounding this bill tonight has been implying and suggesting that it's the wild, wild west out there in Minnesota. You can just do whatever you want with your firearms and we don't care about it. Subsection 2 of that chapter, a person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who negligently stores or leaves a loaded firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should have known that a child is likely to gain access unless reasonable action is taken to secure the firearm against access by the child. Guys, we can table this nonsense right now, move on to taxes or something that actually matters, because this problem has already been solved, it's already in state law. So again, I ask, what are we doing here? It seems as though what we're doing is trying to reinvent the wheel and proposing it be shaped like a square. It seems as though what we're doing is we're interposing ourselves into that word reasonable, into the reasonable use of force standard. And I've seen this happen before in this chamber. We did it last year. This bill suffers from the same sloppy, ill-conceived approach to lawmaking that plagued the majority's approach to school resource officers last year. That approach ultimately proved so destructive to public safety in our schools that we had to come back this year to correct the overreach. In that case, similar to this one, the majority interposed itself between lawful actors and the reasonable use of force standard. To be clear, the reasonable use of force standard, as the name suggests, is precisely that, reasonable. What would a reasonable person do in similar circumstances? In that way, it provides flexibility in terms of its application. We've spent a lot of time, 8 hours, that's not an arbitrary number. We're not just burning time here. All the amendments that we've gone through call out particular circumstances. The only reason that's necessary is because you're reinventing the wheel. The current language, by the way, one paragraph, it takes less than a minute to read it, less than 30 seconds. A person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who negligently stores or leaves a loaded firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access. That covers it. Why? How? Because of the reasonable use of force standard that can then be adjudicated after the fact and take into consideration the myriad different circumstances that may present themselves in a use of force situation. What the majority did with the SRO legislation last year was arbitrarily take options off the table, even if those options would have been deemed reasonable in a court of law under the specific circumstances where they were used. All the concern that was expressed about the types of use of force that might occur in a school resource officer situation, if they were unreasonable uses in the particular circumstances, then they would not be allowed. We would adjudicate after the fact and determine that the officer acted unreasonably. So rather than rely upon that, rather than recognize that there was no problem here to solve, you created a problem. And eventually you recognized that. The problem created such a burden that several jurisdictions representing a bipartisan spectrum of our communities throughout this state determined that they could no longer maintain their school resource officers under the burden that was imposed by the majority. And eventually you were forced to recognize that, which is why we came back together this year to lift that burden and restore the ability of school resource officers to do their job. But here we go again, doing the same thing with this bill. HF 4300 interposes between law-abiding gun owners and their moral right to defend themselves in their own home. And again, contrary to how this bill's been presented, we do not live in the wild, wild west here in the state of Minnesota. We have this law that's already on the books, which properly penalizes gun owners for negligent firearm storage in the event the weapon is accessed by a child. And you know, I've seen efforts, I've seen solutions looking for problems before, but this is truly remarkable. This bill actually creates the problem that it's trying to be the solution to by repealing the existing law, literally scratching out the language that I've read twice now that creates a gross misdemeanor for negligent storage. You create the problem with the bill so that the bill can go on and solve it your way. Again, reinventing the wheel, only this time we're going to shape it like a square. It's not going to work. Today we attempted with the Myers Amendment to add a person prohibited from possessing firearms to the existing statute. And if that amendment had been accepted, or frankly, if has been characterized by the author, we did nothing at all. I mean, that's an interesting characterization. You guys want to do nothing. Well, if we do nothing, literally, if we do nothing, the problem's solved. You know why? Already in law. It's amazing how that works. There's nothing to do. So to do nothing is to solve the problem because it's already been solved. Like last year's SRO bill, this is a solution searching for a problem, and it improperly interposes upon a law-abiding gun owner's reasonable use of force in their own self-defense. As has been noted in the letter available to you at your desks by the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, they put it this way: we empathize with the author's concerns regarding reducing unauthorized access to firearms and prioritizing the safety of all Minnesota residents. We contend that the proposed bill lacks the necessary nuance to achieve these goals effectively. Creating a criminal offense for firearm ownership without secure storage, even in situations where children or ineligible persons are not present, fails to strike a balance between safety and individual rights. That is a really nice way of saying that this is sloppy, ill-conceived, rights-violating legislation. It ignores the infinite possible permutations of circumstances that might prove relevant to a particular use of force and preemptively imposes a standard that might not be reasonable in those particular circumstances. And the various amendments we offer today highlighted just a few of those possibilities. The Novotny Amendment addressed circumstances where a gun owner is the victim of an unlawful entry. That's a relevant circumstance to whether or not your gun was being stored improperly. The Heinzman Amendment addressed circumstances where a child has permission to access a firearm because they've been trained to do so and have permission to access it in order to defend themselves in their own home. The Franzen Amendments, both of them, addressed circumstances where a gun owner has been the victim of harassment or stalking and lives under the perpetual threat of being victimized every single day of their lives. And we heard powerful stories, real, actual, living stories from people in this chamber that bear that out. All of these different circumstances affect whether or not a particular method of firearm storage may or may not be reasonable. And we should defer to the wisdom of existing law, which enables a gun owner to argue their circumstances were reasonable and to have those circumstances adjudicated fairly. After the fact, in a court of law. That's why the reasonable use of force standard exists. We defer to what a reasonable person would do in their particular circumstances. That's how the law should work in a free country. And it's just peculiar to me, again, this echo, this rhyme, going back and looking at the process that we went through with the school resource officer bill and issue, and then bringing it forward to this bill and seeing that the same type of methodology is being employed, where we're looking at the reasonable use of force standard. The legislation, the bill, looks at the reasonable use of force that applies to any possible conceivable circumstance. It's a round peg that fits right in a round hole and can be utilized and applied to any given set of circumstances, because you're saying, what would a reasonable person do if this happened? What would a reasonable person do if it happened here or there or at this time or under these circumstances? It all changes depending on a myriad of different variables, which we can't anticipate. But isn't it amazing how beautifully and effectively such a tiny piece of legislative language can be when we have the humility to accept that it's not our job to imagine every possible circumstance that might manifest in the real world. We should vote red on this bill because we cannot anticipate all of the possible circumstances that might govern the use of force. And we shouldn't try. We shouldn't cast ourselves as administrators of pre-crime, deciding before the fact that certain methods of firearm storage are inappropriate, no matter what, just doesn't matter. They're just always inappropriate. Live by yourself, nobody around for 50 miles, still inappropriate. We're going to hold you to the exact same standard as if you lived in the middle of a subdivision and you ran a daycare. And we know for a fact, this isn't speculation, we know for a fact that that's not reasonable. Because if that's what you were actually trying to affect, you wouldn't be trying to change the law. Your bill wouldn't actually cross out existing law that relies upon the underlying use of force standard that's reasonable in order to manufacture a different standard. By definition, when you replace the reasonable use of force standard, whatever you're replacing it with is unreasonable. Pretty simple application of logic. The people of Minnesota should not be handcuffed in their self-defense. This bill will handcuff them metaphorically before a potential incident where use of force may be required, and then perhaps literally if some of the reasonable scenarios which have been cited by our members today through our amendments actually occur. Members, vote no.
The member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. You know, we've heard a lot this evening, haven't we? What's it been, 9 hours now? I could give similar stories that we've heard tonight, like Isaac Schultz had shared and a number of the other members, but as I'm listening, I like to just observe and just listen. Sometimes, I had someone say earlier tonight, Jeff, you're too much of a deep thinker, you're trying to analyze too much in certain things. But you know what? That's just the way I'm created. You know, I heard from the other side this evening mentioning of misinformation. You're right, there's a lot of misinformation out there. So when some information came out, I started pulling up online and looking at some of the facts, and you can skew the numbers however you want. And you can manipulate. I heard Representative Bliss, he's gone right now, but there he is, mentioned that the numbers were skewed where it said they included 18 and 19-year-olds. Okay, have we also dove a little bit deeper and looked at what communities that was coming from? Where that was happening? What is the real root cause that's causing some of these challenges that are out there? I heard mental health this evening. You know, that's one thing I can agree with the other side on 100% tonight. Mental health is part of the issue here. But why aren't we focusing on trying to cure the mental health, not going after the law-abiding citizens that choose to represent the Second Amendment? You know, we talk about it's all, you know, same breath we say, you know, we're looking at mental health, but yet the other side is looking to push assisted suicide. Maybe there's bigger challenges that we're facing. It's all about the kids, right? But yet the other side is promoting abortion to death, or to birth. It is death, yeah. Where it really boils down to is education. I think a lot of us, at least on this side, grew up where we were trained to actually carry a firearm safely. And I think we've transferred that onto our children as well. I've had a number of emails, number of calls this evening on this bill. And let me pull up, one of the messages came from one of my favorite constituents tonight, my wife. Let me see if I'm going to get in trouble if I can't find it here. I'll keep talking.
Representative, I can go to somebody else if you want me to come back to you.
No, that's fine. You know, it says right here, she said, how insane are these people, referring to the opposite side. She didn't mean no ill intent, but, you know, it was, that's coming from her. She said, they release repeat criminals back on the streets. They want to make Minnesota a sanctuary state for illegal immigrants, and yet they want to take away the gun rights from law-abiding citizens. You know, I don't always agree with my wife, but I agree with my wife on that one. Why are we doing this? I'll give you a scenario that, you know, I actually had a conversation with her later on this evening, and she said, Jeff, you know, you're gone a lot, and I'm at home, and her protection is a concern for her. And she asked me, she said, what happens if someone breaks in at 4:30 in the morning in the dark of night?
Members, it's getting a little loud in the chamber. Representative Dotseth.
Thank you. Someone breaks in 4:30 a.m. in the morning in the dark of night, looking to do her harm. She believes in representing the Second Amendment and carrying a firearm. But if that firearm is next to her bedside where she can actually safely get to it, the alarm goes off at home, she gets up, stumbles over this individual because they're hiding from her in the house, and can't get to that firearm and defend herself, that's an issue. And a concern. And as a husband, that's something I should be concerned about. Wouldn't you agree? This bill requires law-abiding firearm owners to either unload their firearms when they get home or put a locking device on it. You know, our way of life, where I come from, we really believe in the value of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. We take personal responsibility for what our actions are and what we do. This bill also states that number two, you buy a gun safe, you put the firearm in it, which can cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. Or number three, guess what? I'm all for this. Build a gun room. Another man cave would be great. Requires an enclosed by walls, a floor, a ceiling that has all entrances secured by a tamper-resistant lock that is locked at all times when unoccupied and is used exclusively for firearms and related equipment. Well, that's my house. I would consider that being my house. That's where my firearms are stored, is in my house. Yes, I've got the gun safes, but yet there may be times I choose not to have them in the gun safe. Can you imagine how much building a separate closet for just your firearms is going to cost? Because this bill doesn't let you keep other items in it, like your hunting equipment or other items. I think I heard this before, it's bonkers. Building a gun room would be especially costly. Has anyone lived through the Biden inflation that we've lived in? Inflation's gone up, absolutely. In addition, requiring someone to buy a gun safe or build a gun room can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, would hit low-income people and retirees or fixed income especially hard. Our community Our people in my community, they're responsible gun owners. They know what to do with their firearms. Maybe what we should be doing is focusing on proper training. You know, if Ben Davis were in here, I'd share this for him, but I'm gonna share it anyhow. Another friend sent this to me. Luke 11. When a strong man, fully armed, guards his own house with his possessions are safe. But when someone stronger attacks and overpowers him, he takes away the armor of which that man trusts and divides up and plunders him. Think about that. You know, I'm a historian. I like to look at history. I love to look at the history in this building here and honor the history that's in this building. I know some people may think differently on that. That's why I cherish our existing state office building, the history, the rich history that's there. Yeah, is that something that maybe needed a light renovation? Possibly. But not $730 million palace for politicians. That's just over the board. At the end of the day, this bill will affect people of lesser means, those from marginal communities. Think about it. This bill will punish the poor citizens who can't comply, even if they're aware of the new law. How many people do you know that will be aware of this law and won't be able to afford to comply? What's this going to cost just to allow them to comply? I read a book years ago. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I wish I actually still had it available. A friend borrowed it to me. But basically taught about, actually, Lawrence, you know this individual. Rodney Kriesel actually shared that book. And it was a book about cause and effect. When you do something, there's always going to be something that's going to affect down the line. When we pass these laws, we got to look heavier at how we do this. We can do a lot better than this. We can't just do it with a knee-jerk reaction and not realize all the other effects that's going to cause. I think we've heard a lot of real worthy amendments tonight that could have actually came up with some real solutions. You know, at the end of the day, I used to have a employee that used to work for me. She was actually a manager for my company. And she would always come up to me and she'd say, well, Jeff, this is stuck on stupid. You know, I'm sorry, but this legislation is stuck on stupid. We can do better than this. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. After a long night of debate here, Representative Becker-Finn is not in here, but just going back, you know, many, many hours ago, I believe she said very distinctly that her goals are to reduce deaths in the state of Minnesota. And in all of us have that goal, right? You know, none of us want to see that happen. One thing that I have a big concern with on this bill, and I was going to ask a question on this, is when a suicide happens in someone's home and that child does obtain a gun, you know, then are we in a situation where a parent is going to be charged that they are suffering from this great grief, and now we are adding to that grief? So I want to tell you a story. This goes back like 20 years ago when I had little kids at home and they rode the bus. And it was actually on Good Friday. And we lived out in the country on a road. There's just a couple of houses out in this area, so it was not a very much traveled road. It was very seldom that any cars were on that. And it was just afternoon on Good Friday. I know that my kids were all home from school. And all of a sudden, there was siren after siren after siren going down the road. And obviously, that was alarming. I didn't know what was going on. And so I went outside with my kids. We walked down the driveway, and these police cars were going through a field road, through the field, as fast as they could. Now, there was nothing out there. This was literally just a field of our neighbors, and they were all going out there, one by one, out to this field road. So I was standing there with my kids, and we were trying to figure out what happened. And as I was standing there, if I looked left down the road, I could see the father sitting on the front porch. And I could see that his head was in his hands, that he was holding his head. And as I'm watching in this other direction, the police cars going one after another down a field that, again, nothing is down there, I knew something very serious happened because I knew the father would have been reacting differently. So what happened was this young man, he was about 14 years old, who rode on my kid's bus with him, and a girl broke up with him at school. And the next day, when his parents were at work, he decided to end his life. He used one of his father's guns. This was devastating to this family. And now, what makes me even more sad, because this is a young boy who hunted, he loved life, he was a basketball star, he was very popular in school. And unfortunately, something bad happened in his life, and he made that decision. Now we're going to charge the parent who is devastated, the parent who lost his son. Yes, we have a mental health crisis. Yes, it's growing. Yes, suicides are increasing. And yet, once again, we are creating criminals out of people who are victims. I mentioned earlier about that there was several people, many people that have emailed me about stopping these gun bill legislations. One man is over 78 years old. He says he has artificial knees and hips. He has trouble with mobility. And that this is not reasonable for him. This law is not reasonable for him. Another person said they struggle with arthritis, that with their hands they would fumble to open a lock. The buttons in the darkness, and if they just had awoken from sleep, it would be very difficult for them to do. Another person needed to have a bone removed from their hand after they had surgery. And he said it would make it impossible for him to be able to manage a lock. This man also said there's no children in his home. There's no children there. Do we not trust adults to be able to make decisions to protect themselves? In all of these cases that people told me that they have disabilities, what would they do if an intruder came into their home in the middle of the night? Mace them? Use a baseball bat? They already have physical disabilities. You would be with this law making it much more difficult for them to be able to protect themselves. One man said he is so far away from town that he has to be his own first responder. What concerns me about this bill is it seems like there's an agenda of lobbyists outside that has a bigger goal and a bigger agenda than what's happening here in this chamber. Because it's already been spoken, most likely, these bills are not even going to make it through the Senate. So what is the goal here, members? There's a black man here in Minneapolis that has testified several times, and I'm sure many of you have heard his testimony, but he has testified after the George Floyd riots that it was the people in that community that protected the grocery stores, the gas stations. In Minnesota, our law enforcement is drastically down because of what happened in 2020, which was shameful. When law enforcement is down, that response time is even greater for someone to be able to get to you. So what are we doing? These are facts. Black communities are feeling the brunt of gun violence. Gun ownerships in minority communities and also women is increasing. Those are facts. You could argue every time that we try to pass unconstitutional gun legislation, not only is it unlawful, not only is it unconstitutional, not only does it chip away at our freedoms that we are guaranteed as Americans, but it's not helping our goal. See, most people are good and they abide by laws. When you pass these new laws, most people will try to abide by them. What every gun law does is it makes gun ownership more unaffordable, more expensive to a gun owner. As we talked about, when you have to buy safes, etc. It's more expensive, it's more complicated, it's more difficult. The confused mind says no. So if we know minorities are buying more guns for protection and we're making it more difficult for minorities to own guns, isn't this bill racist? Is this a racist bill? If I am getting emails from people with disabilities and they're saying that this bill is making it more difficult for them to be able to protect themselves, are we not now discriminating against people with disabilities? If this bill does not allow women, in the cases where they have a restraining order against someone, a domestic abuse situation, if we are not making any allowances in this bill, we could have done that. We could have made some exemptions. We could have accepted some amendments. But the majority party said no. If we didn't accept those amendments to protect women, isn't this bill sexist? Members, this is a really, really bad bill. Vote no.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, for the hearty debate tonight. I want to center us a little bit on the Constitution of the United States. and start there from the precepts of the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to ensure the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Then, members, let's direct ourselves to the Minnesota State Constitution. And I love a little bit of history, and I'm certainly no Dean Erdahl. And we have to cherish these moments that we have with him for all of the knowledge of Minnesota state history that we're going to be able to glean here for the remaining days of this legislature. But amidst that, he could probably tell a story far greater than I about how exactly Minnesota became a state. And I'm curious, and I wish that I could have been there in June of 1857 as delegates from Minnesota met for our original constitutional convention.
Representative Schultz, I'm sure you're getting to a relationship to the bill, but you have to make that clear at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to do so, and I will. We'll get there. Ultimately, it's about security, right? Security and safety of Minnesotans. It's one of the key and constitutional reasons, one of the key constitutional points, purposes of our state government. And in 1857, that convention met, and maybe not all that surprising given the disagreements between Republicans and Democrats today. I heard the speaker recognize that earlier this morning. And at that time, in 1857, Republicans and Democrats met, sought to establish a constitution, and in the end, could not come to agreement on exactly the precepts for one state constitution, and happened to send two separate constitutions to the federal government. Now, both constitutions were sent to Congress, and Congress, they decided to pass a bill and ensure that Minnesota became a state. The bill that they sent back copied the Republican Constitution. But regardless of that, a lot of work took place. And our Constitution begins like this: "We, the people of the state of Minnesota, grateful to God for our civil and religious liberty, and desiring to perpetuate its blessings and secure the same to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish."
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, please state your point of order.
Since one, confining your remarks to subject to debate, reading the entirety of the state constitution is not the subject of our bill.
Representative Long raises a point of order under Mason's 101. Representative Long, which, I'm sorry, you said it and I couldn't completely hear it. Mason's 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body. Representative Long raises a point of order. Representative Schultz, in addition to Mason's 101 applying here, there is also a rule and custom and usage of the House. We don't read documents to the body. So if you can just speed up your relationship to the Constitution and the bill that is before, because you just need to address your remarks to House File 4300.
Thank you, Madam
Sooner
Speaker.
rather than later.
The good news, Madam Speaker, is I was literally going to do that in the very next paragraph, and that was the only section of the Constitution that I was going to read, because it's really important. It's Article 1, the Bill of Rights, Section 1. The object of government. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people, in whom all political power is inherent, together with the right to alter, modify, or reform government whenever required by the public good. Now, the key reason, and the reason why I wanted to bring that up, is to set the standard, set the table for why House File 4300 does not meet the standard of protecting the people of Minnesota and providing for the security therein. The bill before us today, Madam Speaker and members, I am exceedingly concerned about because of the way it's going to make our state less safe, but for the Minnesotans, specifically within the walls of their own home. Their own home, the safety and the security found within their own home. the United States Constitution, the Minnesota Constitution, begin by the very basic premise of safety and security. Security means that people need to be able to feel safe in their homes. And any attempt to limit their ability to protect themselves within the walls of their own home is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional on the federal level and the state level. And when I'm looking at House File 4300, Minnesotans will be made less safe. Less safe by a bill that limits the way that they are able to store a firearm for the protection of themselves and their family. And it doesn't matter your zip code. It doesn't matter the community that you live in. Violent crime is a problem in our state, and something that we must work together to fix. Because the first Minnesotans declared it so important for us that it is literally the first thing mentioned within our state's constitution. Security. The security found within your own home. And limitations upon the way that you protect your family are unconstitutional. They are absolutely unconstitutional. We have a right, a constitutional right in Minnesota to the security of our own home. The stories told tonight by members paint a picture that this is one of the most fundamental and basic premises that we must fiercely protect. I think it's pretty cool that it's literally Section 1 of Article 1 of our state's Constitution. That's pretty neat. The security that our state government must ensure for our citizens. Meaning, everything else comes before that. The protection and security and safety of our citizens. This bill is a gift to violent criminals. It's a gift to people who are seeking to do harm to others. It's a gift to the most radical people in our society who prey on others, who prey upon moments of weakness, who prey upon people facing illness, who prey upon moments when someone's home is unattended, who prey upon people who are sleeping at night. Instance after instance, community after community, we see violent criminals breaking in to homes across the state, in rural communities, in urban communities, and removing the tools and the life-saving devices from Minnesotans is unconstitutional. So when I consider everything that has happened during the course of the last 2 years of complete one-party control in St. Paul and the irresponsible nature of weakening the standards that we hold violent criminals to and reducing their sentences and getting them back on the streets where they may commit more gun crimes and may invade more homes and make homes less safe, we are doing the exact opposite of what our Constitution calls for. all the while, you pass radical gun control measures that make our homes and our communities less safe. From universal background checks to red flag laws where you can turn in your neighbor, to the Criminalizing Victims Reporting Act, to now this. We must hold ourselves to a higher standard. A higher standard. Minnesotans have a constitutional right to security. And their homes and their communities are made less safe by this bill. Our state has become less safe in recent years. Our state has become less safe, not only through the laws passed to reduce sentences for violent criminals, but by the efforts of the political left in Minnesota to welcome violent criminals from foreign countries to our state. Minnesota has become a top 5 state for illegal immigration. And the result has been that our communities have become less safe. From more drugs to more violent crime, from carjackings to home break-ins, to attacks on the most vulnerable Minnesotans at 4:30 in the morning. Our state has become less safe with a complete Democrat-controlled state government. We must hold violent criminals accountable. We must protect and defend the constitutional rights of Minnesotans. And we must support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota. A bill full of good intentions is only going to make our state less safe, especially on the key precepts of protecting our own homes and our own families. When seconds matter, you're creating minutes of delay, and it's purely unacceptable. Vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to tell you a little bit of a story today, one that doesn't get talked about very often in our family. I think because of the shame, the taboo, and frankly, it's just too painful. I want to talk about Ronnie. Ronnie was this incredible kid. Red hair, bright eyes, freckles. Right on the verge of adolescence. Energetic and adventurous, a curious kid. He loved to shadow his dad and his brother. In short, he was a joy. But unfortunately, this story is not going to end well. One day, not too long after my uncle had returned from a hunting trip, I come from a long line of hunters. Half my family is from northern Minnesota, with family plots all lined up around the lake. And Ronnie was looking forward to the day when one day he would get to go hunting with his dad and his brother. And he'd been taught all about firearms. He was taught about gun safety. He was taught about how to be safe. He was educated on all the things, waiting for the day when it was his turn to go hunting. But unfortunately, this day, after returning from a trip, Ronnie found one of the hunting rifles after the trip. Now, my uncle, for many years, he could swear that he checked every rifle to make sure that there was no ammunition in the chamber. But unfortunately, Ronnie, thinking that it was fun, as most kids do, he picked up the gun and started goofing with the gun, him and his little friend in the basement. And he pointed it at his friend, and he pulled the trigger. Thought it was funny, right? You see it on TV all the time. People play the cops and robbers. They play all kinds of games, you know. I will say he didn't think much of it. It was a game. But then he said to his friend, okay, now you try it. And his friend at first didn't think it was a good idea, didn't want to do it. But he kept insisting. He gave the shotgun to his friend, and he pulled the trigger, but this time, the chamber wasn't empty. This little young man shot Ronnie in the head and killed him. A young boy in the prime of his life just killed his best friend. And I can tell you, sitting around the table having conversations about this, we didn't talk about it often, but you could see the shame, the pain of his parents. You could see it in our entire family, what that pain looked like. And for years I thought about that and how it impacted the family. I thought about how it impacted that young man who killed his best friend. Can you even begin to imagine what that would look like for a young boy growing up? What that would do to the trajectory of his life? And I can imagine it did not go well, knowing that you killed your best friend. And it didn't go well for our family either. There were times when we didn't know whether my other cousin didn't know whether his parents were going to stay together because there was so much pain and so much heartache. He remembered feeling so alone at times because his parents were so consumed with their grief and sorrow. This is the kind of story that rips your heart out. It is so horrific. And why do I talk about that today? Because 1 in 3 kids have a gun in their home. Every day, or every other day, a child under the age of 13 is injured or killed by a firearm. Every other day, members. We're not talking about one here, one there. Every other day. And 1 in 3 kids has access to a weapon in their home. I can tell you if my uncle had it to do over again, would he have locked that gun away? Without hesitation. I can tell you in our family, we always had them locked up growing up. And I remember the day that my father sat me down to show me how to understand whether the safety was on a gun and how to use it. And I remember thinking it was odd. But my dad was so afraid, my mom made him tell me all of this information because he said, even if we lock up the guns at this house, what happens when you go to your friend's house? and you pick it up because you think it's harmless, or you don't realize something's in the chamber, or it's not locked up. What happens then? What if someone breaks into the house? I knew how to get into the cabinet. I knew where the keys were in case I needed it. But he was very quick. He wanted me to understand how to know when it was safe and when it wasn't, and how to use it. I remember these lessons as a kid and thinking how crazy it was that my dad was having this conversation, but it was, my mom insisted that I had to know. And with that, and I just want to say that studies came out where they looked into this and wanted to know what would happen if kids had the opportunity. There was a 2020 expose on this. They did a thing where even the kids who had had the NRA, Eddie Eagle training, 40% of those kids, when you put them in a room with a gun, knowing they shouldn't touch it, knowing they shouldn't play with it, they still picked it up and handled it. They did yet another experiment, 15 kids in a room. The parents watched on. They put a fake gun in with all the toys, let the kids loose. All but 2 of the children picked up the gun and handled it and played with it. All but 2. No amount of training is going to stop this. Ronnie knew better. Ronnie had been taught, he had been trained, he knew not to do it. But it did not stop him. And in all of these studies, all of these experiments they do, what they see over and over again is that it does not stop kids from picking up a firearm. When they ask the parents, have your children ever handled a firearm? 20% of them who said no, their children told them otherwise. And it's not just in your home, it's in someone else's home. So at the end of the day, anything that we can do to put these in a safe place matters. It would have mattered for my family. And it sure as heck would have mattered to Ronnie. If we had had safe storage, if we had just taken the time to put it in that locked gun cabinet, which they had one, Ronnie would be alive today. These are real stories from real families who decades later still feel the ripple effect of that loss and that pain. So I don't want us to trivialize what that looks like for families who felt this loss. It is real, and it is painful, and it is difficult. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't shy away from our responsibility to practice good common sense and put away dangerous weapons when they are not in use. Thank you, members. Vote green.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members. I rise to speak tonight, and I want to share a little bit of background on my district. And the first time, very first time I ever ran for political office, door knocking is important. We've all done it. Very first door I went to door knock on the door, come up to, drive to the house, knock on the door, come to the door. Folks open the door, and what do I see? An entire family sitting around the dinner table cleaning their guns, taking care of their guns as a family. And I share that with you just to say how important the freedom of the Second Amendment is to members in my district, and the significance it is of to them. And I couldn't believe it that experience was going to be my very first door knocking experience of any political aspect that I ever had. I read through this House File 4300 several different times, numerous times. I read through it, and I'm trying to ask myself, what am I missing in this bill? What is it in this bill that I'm not catching? You know, you start out with it says, safe and secure storage of firearms. Sounds like a how-to bill to me. Sounds like something that is, okay, some instructions here that are coming along. And so you read it, you start thinking, oh, there's some instructions here, but it changes very quickly. It changes very quickly in the respect that it's got a few lines of what we must do. These are things that you will do as a citizen of the state of Minnesota if you have firearms. These are things, and then it jumps right into penalties. It just dives right into consequences that if you don't do this, which we're choosing or looking at passing tonight, there's going to be consequences, penalties. And I thought to myself, this sounds familiar. I haven't been here long, right? Okay, this sounds extremely familiar. And so I started thinking back, this is just like I spoke on the other night. Identical. We have a bill before us that is written in such a way to make criminals out of innocent, law-abiding citizens. People that are at their homes tonight, they're probably in bed at this point in time or getting ready to go to bed, okay? They're brushing their teeth, they're putting in a hard day's work, long day's work, they got their kids tucked into bed, they're getting ready for bed. Innocent, law-abiding citizens are unaware of what's being brought before us tonight in most instances, that we are coming to attack their Second Amendment freedoms. And as I read through it, it's like, this is familiar. We just had this the other night. This is just another bill that sets out a plan to make innocent, law-abiding citizens criminals. And I asked a question that night. And you're probably going to report my question, but I got to ask it again tonight, right? Why would this body, why would we as the House of Representatives create legislation that makes law-abiding, innocent citizens criminals? Why would we take time to do that? Why have we spent, I'm not even going to do the math, a lot of hours, okay, an entire day talking about this issue? 10 hours, somebody's already got the calculation. Thank you, Representative McDonald. 10 hours talking about this issue. One, because the Second Amendment is significant. I shared my story initially to say the significance it is in my district, what I saw for the very first time in a political campaign. And on top of it, we're criminalizing innocent Minnesotans, law-abiding Minnesotans. We're creating a policy that makes criminals of them. I won't take long, but I'm going to repeat my statement again. As a representative, I can't support legislation that makes criminals out of innocent people. I can't support and I can't vote for legislation that makes law-abiding citizens criminals, and I won't do that. And so with that, I will be voting in opposition to the House File 4300, and I would ask that you do the same. There is no reason that we as state representatives should spend any time creating legislation that makes our innocent, law-abiding citizens potential criminals. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 4300 and the amendment is well-intentioned. It's a well-intentioned bill, but it misses the mark, and it only picks on guns. It doesn't seek to require to secure knives, hammers, vehicles, and other items that have been used to hurt people. The experts in the field, the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, the MPPOA, the Chiefs of Police Association, do not support this bill. They're experts in the field, and I just ask you, why aren't they a top priority as stakeholders in this? Because they do this every single day. Wouldn't you agree with that? The Republicans' opposition and conservatives, common sense Minnesotans, are opposed to this because it starts with the title of a new section, which removes the word negligent. And it makes it very, very clear that law-abiding gun owners can now be held criminally liable for failing to store firearms in the specific way that the amendment indicates. The amendment does not allow a law-abiding gun owner to store their firearm in a way that they feel is acceptable, and that's acceptable across the nation, in most parts of the country. A better bill would be if we could allow tax breaks on firearms storage equipment that would incentivize people that are responsible to have responsible behavior. Such bills have passed in numerous states. This one-size-fits-all approach, again, for the state of Minnesota to gun storage now, we already have this option through our current law. So this one-size-fits-all approach is not good. Okay, I'm just going to go on to one more thing here. So I'm going to just go on to one more thing here on subdivision 3. So given the diversity of the state and federal laws addressing reckless behavior with firearms storage and who may possess a firearm, there's no need for the Democrat House File 4300 bill. With 6 limitations or exceptions that are already mentioned, it begs the question of whether the starting place misses the mark. In other words, we've already had all these exceptions and we've talked about the gray area. Absent from some of these exceptions are when the child obtains a firearm as a result of an illegal entry by any person, when the child gains access to a loaded firearm and uses it in the lawful exercise of self-defense. We've talked about that tonight. When the person who stores or leaves the intended loaded firearm reasonably believes that the child is not likely to be present where the firearm is stored or left. Another way is when the child access the firearm and the bodily harm that we talk about here with the story that we just heard they caused was a result from an incident that occurred while the child uses the firearm for hunting, target practice, or other lawful means. Again, we talked about what is reach within direct physical, like being in reach. When hunting and leaving the firearms in the rack or alongside the wall while taking a break from hunting, we talked about that as well. So finally, folks, in subdivision 2A, the bill makes it worse. A worse felony if the firearm is used in a felony crime of violence. So imagine if this bill applied to safe storage of vehicles and you left your car running while you quickly ran into the grocery store to pick up one item. If a minor or a prohibited person stole your vehicle and used it to run someone over, you, as the owner of the vehicle, would also go to jail for the crime committed by someone else simply because of how you stored your vehicle in this hypothetical. Again, it just demonstrates how House File 4300 is just picking on guns. Members, vote no.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, here we go again. Criminalizing and making criminals out of law-abiding citizens. Yet we do nothing to hold those accountable who commit violent crime, wanting to reduce the sentences for those who commit crimes with a firearm. But if you own a firearm, they want to make you a criminal, whatever. Doesn't make sense. I want to thank Representative drawing a blank here, Dosseth, for what he talked about. It was very good. And other representatives have good stories, good information. And I feel sorry for what representative from the other side of the aisle talked about Ronnie. It's an unfortunate accident. That's why when I taught my son how to use a firearm properly, always consider it loaded. Even if you check it always consider it a loaded firearm. That's the way I was taught. You can never be too safe. Now, earlier during the beginning of this bill, about almost 9 hours, actually almost 10 hours ago, we were told that, and we were given the information that CDC says firearms, leading cause of death among kids. That was a study that the CDC had done by the University of California, Davis, Washington University, and Northwestern University out of Chicago. Northwestern just looked at Chicago. Washington looked at mostly large cities. And so did California, Davis. They did talk about the rural areas, but not a lot. The interesting thing here on this study, as Representative Bliss stated, they also included 18 and 19-year-olds. You take them out of the equation, as the Washington Post did, and that changed the numbers dramatically. So in fact, the reason the Washington Post did that, because they decided to look into it, because Kamala Harris used that study in a speech, and they checked it and they found out it was inaccurate. Unfortunately, they've been continuing to do that and continuing to say that false information. Now, there's a lot of things that we've been talking about today. One thing we talked about, Representative Heitzman had the question dealing with teaching his kids to shoot in the backyard. The way you read the bill, it's got to be done in an authorized place where you can shoot. So if he brought his kids out in the backyard to teach them how to shoot properly, he could be in violation of this law. And I'm still trying to decipher yet if it'd be a misdemeanor or a petty misdemeanor. But it'd be a violation of this law, which would not be good. Then I can't remember, it was a while ago, they talked about having the firearm on the nightstand or in the nightstand dresser drawer while you're sleeping. I actually looked up the definition of within reach. I myself and my wife, we have a king-size bed. Guess what? If I put it on the nightstand, I'd be in violation because it's not within reach. Within reach is from your body to the end of your hand. Any farther away from that is out of reach, which would make it a violation of this statute if this becomes law. So there's issues there. I'm not going to go on long. We've been here for long enough today. But I want to bring up another thing, another problem with this law, or this proposal. We talked a little bit about our state constitution. But what we haven't talked about is a 2008 Supreme Court decision in District of Columbia versus Heller. And the key finding in it is this: The district's ban on handgun possession in the home violates the Second Amendment, as it prohibits against rendering any lawful firearm in an operable, the key word there is operable, for the purpose of immediate defense. Having a firearm locked up in a gun safe, in a drawer, with a lock on it, whether it's a trigger lock or a barrel lock, even a biometric lock, makes it inoperable, which our U.S. Supreme Court has ruled unconstitutional. So that there we should just vote red. Otherwise, we're voting against the United States Constitution and our Second Amendment rights. I'm going to leave you with a couple more things. First of all, it's unfortunate that we are no longer educating our kids in the proper use of firearms. Education is the best way to deal with it. Teach them how to use it properly. Teach them that it's not a toy. Teach them that it's a tool that can be used like any other tool, the correct way or the wrong way. And when you use any tool in the wrong way, it can be dangerous. Use a chainsaw improperly and you can lose a leg. But we don't ban chainsaws. Oh, that's right, we're trying to get rid of gas chainsaws, just go to battery-powered. You use a knife in the wrong way, you can get cut and you can get hurt. A couple of years ago, we had a corrections officer killed with a hammer, but we don't ban hammers. It's not the tool that's the problem. It's the person. We need to find out why these people are doing these things. What's the root cause? Banning the tool is not going to do anything. They'll find another tool. Now, Will Rogers had a great quote. You can't legislate intelligence or common sense into the people, which is so true. Common sense says if you're not using your firearm, it should be safely secured. Intelligent people do that, and those with common sense do that as well. But you can't legislate it. I'm going to leave one last thing here. There's more things I wanted to talk about, but I'm not going to. We've been here long enough today. I'm going to leave with a verse my son found, Luke 11, verse 21 and 22. When a strong man fully armed guards his own house, his possessions are safe. But when someone stronger attacks and overpowers him, he takes away the armor in which the man trusted and divides up the plunder, or his plunder. So who is that stronger man today? What we're trying to do here, or what you're trying to do here, is the state of Minnesota. Think about that. I see people laughing. No reason to be laughing. This is a serious issue. This is a violation of the U.S. Constitution, our constitutional rights, violation of the United States Supreme Court. It's time to put this bill away. Put it in the trash can where it belongs. Members, vote red.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't say I'm going to be brief because I'm lying. I do have some technical questions about this for the bill's author, if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firearm storage unit means a secure tamper-resistant container. Is there specifications on tamper-resistant container?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. You can see that this is the language that we have in front of us. We wanted to make sure that if folks can't afford one of the more expensive safes, that they could still use some other kind of tamper-resistant container.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so my question goes, these were almost answered earlier, but some of the members got close, but not quite. If I have a wooden gun cabinet that has two locking doors on it and has glass panes in the front doors, is that considered a tamper-resistant container?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would not recommend that as a safe way to store your guns.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the author, once again, if I replace the glass with a polycarbonate, would that then satisfy this statute?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I believe it would.
Representative Meckland.
Madam Speaker, is there a specific way I must attach that polycarbonate?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, so that it is tamper-resistant.
Representative Meckland.
This is getting fun. Maybe we'll come back to that for the next little phase here. So you talk about the gun room. It means a building with a closed wall, ceiling, floor, and it has locks on the doors, basically, and it's used exclusively for all the different type of firearm-related stuff. If I put my tax returns and my daughter's baby book in there, am I in violation of the statute?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad you asked this question because I think this is really important because this definition in the bill kind of got mocked earlier. We actually added this at the request of law enforcement. They talked about having different rooms where they store things or collectors or gunsmiths, so we added this language. The way that it is drafted is that it is used exclusively for the storage of firearms, ammunition, and so forth in the bill. So if that's the exclusive use of the room, I know too, like if you've ever visited the Federal Premium, they have a gun room there. And so in the discussion, it became clear that, that something like that, a gun room like that is safe. We realized it would be unreasonable to ask them to go around putting little locks on every single thing, if you've got something set up that way. But if you set your tax returns down in there, but your exclusive use of the room is for firearms, then you would not be in violation of this, or if you set your chocolate in there or whatever.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor. We know that there are folks in the gallery having a hard time hearing. It might sound like you're not disruptive down here, but remember the way this room is designed, it can be very difficult to hear upstairs. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what if I put survival food in there? If I put perhaps sleeping bags in there? If I have water stored in there, children's baby books, protected paper material you don't want damaged. I mean, is there a limit of what can be in this room?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it is laid out in here, and the purpose is to deal with the situation where you have a gun room like that law enforcement may have, or a collector. That's what we're trying to get at with this. As it says, it is used exclusively for the storage of firearms or equipment for firearm-related activities, including but not relating to reloading, ammunition, gunsmithing, firearm cleaning and maintenance. So it would have to be related to those things, and that the use for the room is exclusively for those things.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, so if I have built people these 10 by 10 rooms, which we call safe rooms, which are actually built to a spec, because yours does not have a spec. You know how long it would take a 12-year-old kid to get through a sheetrock wall? I would be very, very quick. They're built with concrete walls, concrete ceiling, concrete floor. They have a 60-minute fire-rated steel case door. They have a number of things because often they're put on slab-on-grade homes because it also doubles as the shelter should a storm come through. But it's also their gun-safe room. So would that still be applicable under this statute to use that room for that purpose?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've gone over, the definition is that it is a room used exclusively for the purposes as laid out in the bill.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I'm hearing is if somebody spent an additional $20,000 on a safe room, under this statute, it will no longer be allowed to be used for anything other than the firearm side of it. They cannot use it for a safe room in the event a tornado warning is out. That's what I believe I'm hearing here. Which, yep, people will die. I mean, these things are built to a very specific spec. Anytime I build something, there is a spec. I do not see any spec in here, with the exception of what was previously mentioned as penalties. There's very good specs there. But specifications within how it has to be built, what it is made out of, is the very standard norm in constructing rooms like this. Yet there's nothing in here. And for those that have already gone to very high specs that would certainly qualify for a safe room that a child could not get into, and or a burglar, that is now suddenly going to be exempted from this because they typically do keep clothing in there, bedding in there, dehydrated type food, this 25-year food stuff, whatever, 4patriots.com, I don't know. So if all of that's not permitted to be in there because this basically excludes it, this looks a lot like 609, 667 to me, where it's going to be very vague, and there's going to be people who are inadvertently going to do something they're not supposed to do, and it's going to end up before the state Supreme Court like 609, 667. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's been an interesting conversation. Obviously, it's a very important issue. Very emotional stories and discussions about important safety concerns on both sides of this issue. I think it's important for all of us to keep in mind, especially when we're talking in areas like this where tragedies happen. We do live in an imperfect world. Accidents will happen. Crimes will happen. Doesn't mean we shouldn't legislate. We shouldn't be thinking about ways that we can improve things. But we need to be very realistic and careful in the work that we do so we don't create unintended consequences and create other problems. I think that, you know, I hear the stories and the tragedies that are driving this bill. But there are real problems that can be created in terms of safety, in terms of crime, in terms of people's ability to defend themselves in difficult situations if we legislate poorly in this area, and I think this bill does that. We also need to legislate in this area mindful of the Constitution and the legality of the actions that we take as a state of Minnesota, and this has been referenced a few times. Heller versus the District of Columbia was a case where the U.S. Supreme Court was asked to create new precedent on the area of the individual right to bear arms, whether the right to bear arms is an individual right or not. And as you know, when people are trying to set up test litigation, they try to find sort of the easiest, most clear distillation of a particular issue. And so when the lawyer is trying to litigate the question of whether the First Amendment or the Second Amendment created an individual right versus a collective right, they went to the District of Columbia because it was directly regulated by the federal government, and they challenged a law that was about, can you guess? It was about gun storage in the home. It was a law about requiring individuals in Washington, D.C. to dismantle or to unload the guns in their home. And that was the case that came up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court said, yes, that's unconstitutional because the Second Amendment guarantees an individual right. Then the City of Chicago case, McDonald, was the case that made clear that Second Amendment right is incorporated against the states like the state of Minnesota, so we can't infringe those rights. And Bruin was about, out in the, about carrying firearms, taking the Second Amendment out in that area. So what we're doing when we're regulating here is we're going directly at the most clear type of Second Amendment issue that the Supreme Court has talked about, which is the right of individuals to defend themselves in their home. And so we should be really careful about the legal challenges that are going to result as a result of this bill. So have we seen that kind of careful approach to this bill? No, we've seen a purely partisan approach to this bill. In fact, the opposition to this bill is bipartisan. The support for this bill is purely partisan. And it ignores the reality of unsafe situations. We've talked about that over and over again. Amendment after amendment that we offered to try to make this better was rejected. And again, I understand the tragedies that have happened that are motivating a lot of the support for this bill. But as has been pointed out, we have current law on negligent storage. In virtually every example that's been offered is something that's prohibited by current law. It may be difficult to prosecute some of those cases, but it's going to be difficult to prosecute a lot of these cases, except in the situations in which we're overbroad. We're creating too big of problems, creating too much discretion to prosecutors, as has been discussed. For example, if a gun is stolen, how are prosecutors going to prove that it was properly stored or not? Perhaps a prosecutor, maybe in a certain county, is going to decide that the theft itself was evidence that the gun wasn't stored properly. Perhaps in some counties, the prosecutor might, in particular, think if a law enforcement officer's gun is stolen, that's evidence that the gun wasn't stolen properly. And that's why this bill is so concerning to law enforcement. That's why, even though a lot of law enforcement organizations often are less supportive of Second Amendment rights than a lot of folks on this side of the aisle like myself, that's why a lot of law enforcement is opposed to this bill. That's why it's so unfortunate that the Novotny Amendment was rejected, which would have helped deal with a lot of this. But it's really baffling, and this has been raised a few times, but it's really baffling why this debate is even happening today, under the circumstances we find ourselves today. After today, we have 10 legislative days left, and we're in a situation where it's going to be very, very difficult to pass purely partisan laws into law. Any bill that passes the legislature today on purely party line vote is going to create a situation that brings serious disrepute to the legislative branch, and we all know that. So why are we spending hours and hours debating this bill? Why did we spend hours on Monday debating another bill on this topic and another bill on another topic that are dead on arrival in the Senate? Minnesotans are wondering why. What's the driving force behind this? I hope it's not the 2028 presidential primary. I don't know. I don't understand. Why are we spending hours and hours while we're hearing complaints from the other side of the aisle about the pace of things going? Why is the majority scheduling bills like this? So there's been some discussion about the proper name for this bill. It tries to rename the section of statute from negligent storage of firearms to safe and secure storage of firearms. And I appreciate Representative Becker-Finn's recommendations about how to safely store firearms. It was interesting that answer sounded more like one of those answers sounded more like a personal recommendation than maybe a legal interpretation. Representative Mecklen, I don't know if you caught that. But I'm not sure that safe and secure storage of firearms is the best name for this bill. So I have another suggestion, especially given the time imperative that has been pushed to push this through. Here's my suggestion. The mighty important to create hostile environments to life and liberty act. The mighty important to create hostile environments to life and liberty act. I think it kind of encapsulates situation we find ourselves in, the rush to try to force this through the House, and it has the added benefit of really clarifying who needs to vote for this bill in order for it to become law. I don't think that's a good road for us as a legislative branch to go down. Please vote no.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to support this bill in its current form. I'm going to keep it short. Been here all night. I did work out of a scenario. There's a Democratic scenario and a Republican scenario. The Democratic one, I started off earlier today and in my kitchen, so I'm going to start it in the kitchen again. So I'm in the kitchen cooking. A bad person breaks into my locked home. I run to get my firearm in another room, and I grab the loaded firearm off the table, turn and protect myself from the unwanted, unauthorized person in my home. The person ceases to continue to harm me. This person was poor, he was just trying to survive. The county prosecutor charges me with a petty misdemeanor for an illegally stored firearm. The judge finds me guilty. The judge also deems that I violated the law and that had I not done that, the intruder would not have been harmed. I had intended to hurt someone, the poor disadvantaged person breaking into my home. Now I'm in jail. That's the Democratic scenario. The Republican scenario, I'm cooking in my kitchen. The bad person breaks into my home. I grab my loaded firearm in the other room. I defend myself. The cops come and take the bad person away. I defend myself in my home, in my castle. I am free. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote no.
The member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like to share a few thoughts tonight. Long discussed bill, but I found some things rather interesting. A few statistics. Firearm retailers show that African Americans purchased firearms in 2020 at a rate 58% higher than 2019. Hispanics, at the same time, are purchasing firearms 49% higher, and Asian Americans at a 43% higher rate than 2019. Thought that was interesting, really amazing. You don't normally see these statistics, you know. It wasn't that long ago when we heard from then candidate Obama that the bitter clingers were clinging to their guns and their religion. Does that same bitter clinger analogy apply to these groups that are now buying firearms at a higher rate? Just out of curiosity. Another article I found really interesting. More black people are buying, and I use the same statistics in this, but the quotes from the individual here I thought were really good. First of all, it said that 40% of overall gun sales in 2020 were first-time gun purchasers. Brand new people, never owned guns before. The increased interest in firearms delights Philip Smith, who started the National African American Gun Association in 2015. The increased number of black gun ownership represents an awakening, Smith said. It's a value added to the family household, as opposed to, say, 10 or 6 years ago. This is a movement in a certain direction, and I think it's a good direction. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Not the other Mr. Smith. But it's interesting, because typically, and we talked about tropes and stereotypes and everything else, but you know, this isn't generally demographics that we would hear about. Another interesting one, pink pistols. Now, I don't discriminate on what color gun you want to have, but that wasn't really what this one is about. It is a group, LGBTQIA, and the spokesperson, Patton, says we don't want people to hurt us, and the best way we found is to be armed. Words of wisdom. Thank you, Gwen Patton. The pink pistols tend to get a better response from firearm supporters than from homosexuals. End quote. Interesting. I like to learn things, and when I dig into topics like this and other topics, it's educational for me. So I really, really do enjoy this. And since we've been here a long time, I'll cut this a little bit shorter than I'd planned, but I wanted to give a little bit of information from an individual that I met at an event, and she sent me a letter tonight. She says, I am a gun owner. Not because I'm a woman, which I am. Her words, I'm reading here. Just want to make sure you understand. I have been abused, and I've lived in fear, but that's not why I bought a gun a few years ago. And well, I can't say I bought it. Joe Biden did with his last stimulus check. Joe Biden made me feel like I needed one, and his and the Democrats show tyranny in taking our freedom a little bit every day. That's why we have a Second Amendment. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for watching, because I'm sure she's watching right now. Thank you for contacting me. Thanks for keeping, involved in politics. And when her letter came through, it just kind of made me think we had April 15th not that long ago. And pretty soon you'll be getting a check, and most individuals will be getting a check from the government, a tax return, maybe getting their fair share back, who knows? But when you have paid up the extra expenses that this legislator inflicted upon you as a taxpayer this last year, and you have a little bit of that money left over, I would recommend a suggestion, a thought. Do something like this constituent did. Take that little bit that you've got left over and invest it wisely in a means of personal protection. Buy yourself a firearm, maybe ammunition. Do what so many people are doing now in our state because of the fear that's been created by legislation and practices, defunding our police. People want to be safe. Take that little bit of money that you've got left over that the government graciously gave you back and spend it on a firearm. Educate yourself, practice, send as many rounds downrange as you can, and be safe. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Atun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, many of us were not here physically in 2020, but a lot of us were still here. And that year, Chair Becker-Finn went viral online for a hashtag I am a suburban mom. And this suburban mom from small town Wisconsin came to Minnesota and married a farm boy from Todd County. Not that farm boy from Todd County, to be clear. But 25 years ago, this suburban mom was in 7th grade. I'm aging myself. And I saw the news out of Colorado, all those students that died in Columbine. And I never imagined that 25 years later I would be here voting for a bill that's going to help my kids stay safer in school. We've had a lot of discussion tonight about how important it is to keep our guns safe in our home, but a lot of the discussion has circled around people coming into our homes. And it hasn't focused on what happens when those guns that are not safely stored leave our homes. Because what happens is that in 74% of situations, school shootings, those guns came from someone's home. And that documentation comes from the United States Secret Service from the Trump administration in 2019, a research paper on school shootings. Every day in the United States, 12 children die from gun violence. There have been 404 school shootings since Columbine. Members, the best school shootings, and I realize that's a weird combination of words. The best school shootings are when no one dies, and some happen and no one is even injured. And those are the ones that we don't know them by the name of the school or by the name of the city. But since I've been in office, or since I've been running for office, since a couple happened in 2018 before I was elected, Parkland, Santa Fe, Uvalde, St. Louis, and Nashville. Those are the school shootings we know because so many people died. And I'm not saying that all those guns came from someone's home, but in 74% of situations, that is what happens. So this suburban mom and my farm boy from Todd County, we follow the NRA's recommendations in our home. I see some surprised faces over there. We make sure that all firearms cannot be reached by anyone who should not have access to them without your consent, especially children. And we keep our ammunition securely stored where a child or unauthorized person cannot find it. Not only is that the NRA's recommendation, members, but it is also a requirement to be a foster parent in the state of Minnesota. So when my husband and I lock our weapons safely and securely and separately from our ammunition in our home, we started doing that because we had to do that in order to become parents. And I don't think that it's too much to ask for people who aren't foster parents, for people who are raising biological children in their home, for people who occasionally have a child visit them, to secure their weapons safely and securely. And I am a mom demanding action. This is why I came to this body. And I have told my constituents that I will not stop fighting until we saw action. So I'm so proud to vote green on this bill tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Madam Speaker and members, there's been a lot said tonight, and I'm not going to repeat the many conversations that have already been said about firearm storage, because it's clear there's two very different viewpoints and positions, but I do believe that we all want to keep kids safe. And I do believe that that is the intent. And one of the things when I was reading here that did find, I did actually research this stuff myself, but I have a little bit different perspective. The CDC, leading cause of death for ages 1 through 19, from 2020 to 2021, talked about firearm injuries in this report. And if you read it through, it talks about understanding these injuries, these firearm injuries, how children and teens experience gun violence in big cities. And I kind of wondered, what does that mean? What cities are they looking at? So I read it all and looked at the cities they're looking at for big cities. And they talked about St. Louis, they talked about Detroit. They're talking about cities that are having a lot of death with guns with children. And they talk about these stray bullets. Have you heard about this? Kids caught in gunfire. And it's been in Minneapolis. I mean, you don't have to look very far. It's 3 kids were struck by stray bullets in 2021. We've had deaths here, right in Minneapolis, from stray bullets. And it was interesting to me because back in 2012, the National Institute of Health, not a far-right review, talked about this. And in 2012, there were 501 shooting events. And guess how many of those were with kids with stray bullets? 317. Surprised me. That was 317 stray bullet situations. And of those kids, 65 died. That's a solid 12 years ago. And I'll guarantee you the numbers are going to be higher. Because we can just look at what's happening in Minneapolis, St. Louis, Detroit, you go across these cities. None of these reports, I haven't heard anything said all night long about kids in cities being killed every month from stray bullets, and some of them, gunshots going off. And then I looked more into this. In some of these areas, 80% of the homicides are in metro areas. And while the population for the black community is 18%, 83% are victims of gun violence. And that's 21 and 22. The statistics are growing on the stray bullets. And what does that really mean? What does that mean for us, regardless of where you live? I've always felt you need a great place to live, work, and visit. So I love coming down here too, just like I'm sure you love coming up north. But wherever we go, we want to be safe. Kids are on their trampoline. They're playing. They're running through the neighborhoods, through the alleys. Do you want to worry about your kids being killed by a stray bullet through gunfire with whether it's drugs? Whatever it is, this is happening. This isn't me making up a story. I don't want it happening like this in northern Minnesota, northwestern Minnesota, the metro, or southern, but it is real. You can look it up yourself. It's happening in all the cities. It's happening in Minneapolis. So what's happening with this? What's happening in the situation? What could be possibly causing this? We talk about downstream all the time in this chamber. We have graduation rates dropping for our kids. We have attendance dropping for our kids in these cities. We've talked about that in the education bill. We have reading scores in this city at 41.4% in 2023. Science shocked me, 31.7% proficiency, and math, 35.1%. These kids are not having success in school. They're not in school. The attendance in Minneapolis is 45.8%. If they're not in school, where are they? What's happening to our kids if they're not in school? And we're still paying $19,584 per pupil in Minneapolis for education, with half of them in class. These are sad statistics. Sad statistics. And the other thing that wasn't talked very much about was the mental health. And of the number of firearm deaths in 2020, the Bureau number is from 2020 of 513, 354 are suicide. Of that number, 80% of those suicides are in greater Minnesota. Guess who the profile of these people generally are? Farmers, veterans, white men. We have in numerous reports showing what happened from isolation. Loneliness. Loneliness is coded in this article. What has contributed in the situation with 80% suicide in greater Minnesota? Loneliness from isolation. Poverty in rural Minnesota. Newsflash, poverty is not just a metro issue. If there's no jobs, there's probably a good chance you could have a better propensity for poverty. We have a 988 suicide number that's helped a lot of people. It's helped a lot of kids. But when we look at the suicide numbers, there's definitely a higher propensity going on in greater Minnesota. And that's the end result. But when we're going to talk true downstream, what are we doing for our kids? We want to keep our kids safe. I'd say making sure they're educated, they're in school, they have the chance to read, they're going to have a chance to do good things, is probably a good way to keep our kids safe. It's probably a better chance they're going to be involved in making better choices. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. Maybe our crime statistics would go down. Maybe our graduation rates would go up. They'd have confidence and self-esteem. You don't get confidence and self-esteem when you can't read. You just don't. Your pathway looks much different for a kid that can't read. And crime is certainly going to be a greater opportunity for kids when they got idle hands. There's an old saying that I learned from taking care of seniors 85 to 100. Idle hands are the kiss that you can just fill in the blanks. We either give kids something good to do, or they're going to get involved in things that aren't such great things to be doing. So I ask you, is this bill really about kids? Keeping kids safe? Because we didn't talk one time tonight, and there's nothing in this bill about stray bullets, studying stray bullets. How many are dying from stray bullets and crossfire gunshots in neighborhoods? I mean, in this city, in Minnesota, in our big city. What are those numbers to report to this legislative body? We don't know. But the statistics are out there nationally, and they're increasing all the time. So while we're all here for the idea of safety, it's clear to me that we have firearm storage laws that are in place. They are in place. We have that in Minnesota. But we really aren't doing a thing about stray bullets, crossfires, kids being on their trampoline, playing outside, and as they're driving by and shooting guns through cars, traveling down the road, which certainly it's on the news plenty. You don't have to look very far, and it's in this state. You got a pretty good chance of needing to be worried about your kids being shot that way, in crossfires. You don't know where it's going to happen. It's not an issue just in schools of worrying. It's worrying about when you're outside going for a walk. You're taking your kids to the park. These kids have been shot just playing. One was shot when she was in the back seat of her mother's car in 2021. And that hasn't been talked about one time tonight. 2021, I can't imagine driving and having my child in a car seat in the back of my car and having it shot in Minnesota. And what is this bill doing to help that? She's in her car. The kids are on the trampoline. And they're in these statistics of gun deaths, but we're not talking about it at all. Members, this is not protecting kids. We want to be safe, and we should be safe, and we should store guns safe, and we have rules for that. But the things I'm talking about haven't been mentioned one time tonight. Members, vote no.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brenly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This has been an interesting conversation, I suppose, to say the least, today. And I want to, I like to talk specifics, so let's do that for a minute. Representative Mecklin must have stepped off the floor, but we were having conversations about this. And frankly, I don't think we got adequate answers when the author was asked about these provisions. And I think ultimately it's because the language doesn't have adequate answers. The language does not answer these questions. As you go through the language, it talks about firearms storage unit in a secure, tamper-resistant container. And again, the author actually told us it's deliberately ambiguous, which is problematic. That's really problematic. Because it's really hard for people to obey laws that are not clear. The next section, we've talked a little bit, but I'll tell you what, I will continue to mock it because it is absurd. The definition, I mean, you tell us what you're trying to get at. There's like a firearms company, what they might have, but that's not what this is. This is a room in someone's house with 4 doors, or excuse me, 4 walls, a door. It can have a closet, but it cannot be used for anything else. It can only be used exclusively for the purpose of your guns. And therefore, to Representative Mecklen's question earlier, if you want to store food storage in there, I happen to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We're the original preppers. I got a room full of food storage in my basement. If you want to store your food storage in the same room as your guns, as your firearms, that is no longer exclusively used for, even though the gun is, or the room is 100% secure. So I mean, most rooms in a home are maybe 10 by 10 rooms, right? 100 square feet. So you can store your handgun in the middle of your 100 square foot room and do nothing else with it because it has to be used exclusively for the purpose of storing guns. Like, that's just such nonsense. So yes, I will continue to mock this provision because frankly, it's just dumb. It is literally just dumb. I don't know a better way to say it. It's silliness. A locking device. A locking device means a feature of a firearm or an external device that renders the firearm inaccessible or inoperable. Now, Representative Johnson called our attention, and Representative Niska talked about the Heller decision as well. This is blatantly unconstitutional. It's already been ruled on. A prohibition against rendering any lawful firearm in the home operable for the purpose of immediate self-defense. Immediate. That means right now. That means it is unconstitutional to render the firearm inoperable. And yet, that's literally what this says. A locking device means a feature or firearm or an external device that renders the firearm inaccessible or inoperable. And Representative Whitty and I spent quite a while here on the floor looking up all the different kinds of locks that are spelled out in the bill. A biometric lock, a trigger lock, a barrel lock, or a cylinder lock. The cylinder lock was a little tricky. And frankly, Representative Whitty is a former law enforcement officer. He knows these things, but that one was a little unclear even to him. But we managed to find versions of each of those locks. And I assure you, none of them are locks you're getting into quickly. None of them. Even, I'm guessing the biometric is the fastest with a fingerprint or a handprint or whatever, but it's not fast. It is not operable for immediate self-defense. It's definitely not that. You can also, so this is what you can do. You can have your gun unloaded and equipped with a locking device, these devices that you can't get into quickly. So that's one way you can store it. Must be unloaded and a locking device, both. Well, you're not using that gun very quickly. You can have it loaded in a secure, tamper-resistant container or locked in your 100-square-foot gun room with your gun in the middle of it. Or you can have physical control or reach of the person. And again, we've talked about the overreach of these provisions. We've talked about the overreach of these provisions. And Representative Zalesnikar, I'm really glad that you talked about the things you just talked about and the reality of what we're looking at for the majority of these gun deaths. And it doesn't make them any less tragic. But they're important data points for this debate. Because it does matter how these gun deaths are occurring. It does matter how folks are accessing firearms. And it does matter that we continue to criminalize law-abiding citizens. Because that's what we're doing here. Because even a petty misdemeanor, let's go back. Let's go through the punishments in this bill. Let's go through the penalties. Petty misdemeanor. If Representative Bennett, as a single woman in her home, the only person in her home, I've met Coulter though, very smart dog, I don't know, but theoretically, not a child. So it's just Representative Bennett in her home. And she has her firearm on her nightstand. If she gets up to go to the bathroom, she has now committed a petty misdemeanor. That is literally what this law does. You have now criminalized Representative Bennett. I don't know if everyone in the chamber has met Representative Bennett, but that's about the most laughable thing I've heard all night. But you have now criminalized Representative Bennett. It's hilarious. Let's talk about the gross misdemeanor. You've committed a gross misdemeanor if a child is, quote, in the area. Now, I don't know what in the area means. Is this like a Amber Alert kind of thing? Like in the area is in the state, in the county, in the township, next door at the neighbor's house, in the yard? Is in the yard in the area? I don't know. I don't know what that means. And neither do you. Neither do you. Because it's not defined. It's not defined. And so now we've got this wildly vague language. But you will be committing a gross misdemeanor if a child is present in the area. Is that in the house? I don't know. I don't know. It's not clear. But you are now a criminal if, I don't know, a kid is jumping in the backyard on your trampoline and you have a firearm in your home. You are now a criminal. Let's talk about felony, because this actually, I think, is a big deal. It becomes a felony violation if a child or a prohibited person gains access to the firearm. So let's talk about some of the examples that Representative Heinzman was giving earlier, because I think this is significant. You know, he talks about how his kids might be home alone. And he actually has taught them how to interact with a firearm. And that creeper comes back to his house and is peeping in the windows again and intends to do his family harm. But if one of his kids picks up that firearm to protect his family, Representative Heinzman is now guilty of a felony. And again, this is almost as absurd as turning Representative Bennett into a criminal. I don't know if you've met Representative Heinzman's kids. I suspect they can handle firearms better than just about any adult in this chamber. I'm right, aren't I? I bet they can handle a firearm better than anyone in this chamber. But Representative Heinzman is now a felon if his kids access a firearm to protect their family. He's a felon. Now let's say Representative Bennett, all by herself, no other adults or children in her home. Let's say she chooses to put that firearm in her bedside table and goes to the grocery store. Someone breaks into her home and takes that gun, gains access to the firearm. We're not going to hold that criminal accountable. Representative Bennett is the felon now. I should maybe be a little careful. Maybe I'm being a little loose with calling Representative Bennett a felon. Because guess what? She's not the felon around this place. But you know what? We're not talking about the person who actually broke into her home and stole the gun. We're not talking about the people who are crawling through windows in the middle of the night, dressed in all black. That's not who we're talking about. We are creating a felon out of Representative Bennett instead. It's absurd. It is absolutely laughable. But that's what these penalties do. Those are the kinds of examples that are real world under this language. Heaven forbid we hold that criminal accountable instead. Interestingly, and this has been referenced before, the exact same day that House File 4300 was dropped in the hopper in this chamber, got a House file, the exact same day there was a bill introduced to repeal mandatory minimum sentences for violent crimes involving the possession or use of a firearm. The same day. Listen, you are not a serious caucus. You are not serious people. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. We are spending our time criminalizing victims and law-abiding gun owners while at the same time suggesting we get rid of mandatory minimum sentences for people who are committing violent crime with a firearm. That's what you proposed. You can't make it up. It's the same day, the very same day. Now, we've spent 2 days this week debating and the majority party voting to criminalize victims. On Monday, we criminalized victims of theft. That's what we did. We literally criminalized victims of theft. And today, we're going to criminalize a victim of violent crime if she feels the need to have firearms available throughout her home. Today, we're going to criminalize her. We have spent 2 days criminalizing victims. We've spent 2 days debating These firearm bills, well, we could have been debating EMS funding. We could have been debating figuring out how we're going to guarantee access for these critical services. We spent 2 days debating criminalizing victims. Well, we could have been debating how we're going to save our CARES facility that are providing SUD treatment, the one in Carlton especially, to women. We've spent 2 entire days this week debating criminalizing victims, and again, the majority party voting for it. Well, we could have been debating bills to fund mental health, something that's not being done at all this year. We spent 2 days debating criminalizing victims. Well, we could have been debating the one thing we actually, Erdel's not on the floor. He is. Well, we could have spent debating time on the one thing we actually probably all agree needs to get done. Taking care of our infrastructure. That's what we're doing. And by the way, when you had a $17.5 billion budget surplus last year, when you raised taxes by $10 billion last year, you still did not choose to adequately fund mental health services. That was not a choice you made. You still did not choose to fund essential EMS services. That is not a choice you made. When you had $30 billion to work with, you chose to fix a leaky roof for $730 million. It's going to be the nicest darn roof I've ever seen. Dang waste of resources when we have real needs in this state. But at least you got something done, I suppose. At least you got something done. I was thinking about these scenarios of why this bill actually matters. And Representative Bliss, I told him I had already started writing down some notes on scenarios where this is problematic. And, 11 years ago, this summer, it will be 11 years. So 10 and a half years ago, a friend of mine lived in Alaska at the time. And they had sort of a remote cabin, and her husband was working in a guest cabin and needed to come back to the main cabin. But there was a black bear outside the cabin. And this friend, they didn't have any cell service. They had walkie-talkies, CB radios, whatever you use out there, I don't know. And so she radioed to him in the other cabin and said, hey, heads up, there's a bear. But he didn't have his firearm on him. He was just laying tile in the other cabin. He didn't have his firearm on him. So they went out and they banged some pots and pans to try to get the bear to go away. And it really didn't. It kind of hung around. So he went around through the woods over to the main cabin where the bear attacked him. And he did not survive that bear attack. He didn't survive that bear attack. And instead, his wife, for 3 hours, again, it was very remote, it was spring, so they could not be accessed by water, they could only be accessed by plane. And for 3 hours, she listened to that bear attack her husband, attempt to get into the house to attack her. Now, I get that that's not a super common experience, by the way, when it comes to firearms. She had a loaded firearm, and it jammed. It jammed. She tried to take a propane tank to that bear, and it turned on her, so she ran in the house. I have another friend, though, who was living in Biwabic at the time, actually, and went out her back door to take the garbage out. When she opened the door, there was a bear right there in her backyard in Biwabic. So I don't remember who it was now, if it was Representative Bliss or somebody else, who talked about how all kinds of people have a loaded firearm next to the front door. And there are places in this state where they do that for real reasons. Because there's a bear in the backyard. I suspect that our farmers in the room would tell you. I suspect they would sit down and talk to you for a long time about the wolf problem. And that they might have a loaded gun handy right there to take care of a wolf problem. There are real, legitimate reasons for people to have a loaded firearm in their home, next to their kitchen door, so they can run out if they hear a wolf, if they hear something in their livestock. But no, they're going to go run to their unused room that has nothing else in it. Nothing else in it. It can only have that. Get through the lock. Because it can be loaded in the locked gun room. And by that time, guess what? The timber wolf is gone. Like this unwillingness to understand that there are legitimate circumstances all over this state for people in all different walks of life. But instead, we ignored the opportunity tonight to offer some exemptions. We ignored the opportunity to offer an exemption for a victim of harassment and stalking, a woman who has an active order of protection. Like, you honestly cannot see why that could be problematic? I don't get it. I don't get it. We had an opportunity to say, you know, if someone enters your home unlawfully, you should not be held accountable for that. But no, the opposite happens. If someone enters your home unlawfully and gains access to your firearm, you are now a felon. And there is not a person in this room who can convince me that we have a Hennepin County attorney who is not going to prosecute you for that. Because it'll happen. We talk about these hypotheticals. We've heard his name a few times. Officer Londrigan, Deputy Londrigan. He was doing his job, and he was doing it the way he was trained. At this point, nobody in the state of Minnesota will touch it to prosecute it. So Hennepin County now has to pay somebody to come in from out of state. And you think they're not going to prosecute Peggy Bennett when a criminal comes in and steals her firearm? Of course they will. And frankly, if you didn't think they should, you wouldn't have written the law this way. But you did. You did. You wrote the law to turn law-abiding citizens into felons. And you wrote it that way on purpose. You wrote a law to ensure that someone who is doing no one any harm, who is literally putting no one in harm's way, you are passing a bill tonight to turn that person into a felon tomorrow if she is victimized by theft. That is what this law does. That is what this law does. And nobody cares. It's just crickets in here. Nobody cares. You do. Thank you. I get it. I get that you're well-intentioned. We all understand the tragic stories. But as with everything else you do around here, there are no boundaries. There's no common sense applied. There's no attempt to make sure that we're minimizing unintended consequences. And I suppose that's really what it is, right? It's because maybe your consequences aren't unintended. Maybe criminalizing gun owners is exactly what you intend to do. Maybe that's really what this is about. It's not about unintended consequences because you are very intentional in what you are doing. You were very intentional tonight when you said that, nope, if someone breaks into your home and steals your firearm, you are now a felon. That was intentional. You chose that today. Unintended consequences. We thought it might be unintended consequences, so we offered protection. We offered protection for women who are afraid of violent people in their lives, violent family members in their lives, someone who they may have an order of protection from. And you didn't care about those unintended consequences. No. That means it is now intentional. You intend to turn that woman into a criminal. It is purposeful. It is purposeful. That is what you have done today. 2 days we have spent criminalizing victims while we could actually be trying to solve the problems of this state, while we could be trying to roll back the absurd spending of last year and fund our EMS, fund our SUD treatments, fund mental health. We could be choosing to roll back $730 million to fix a leaky roof and take care of essential services that were ignored when you had $30 billion. But instead, we're criminalizing victims. Criminalizing, we're turning Representative Bennett into a felon. That's what we're doing tonight. We're turning Representative Heinzman into a felon tonight. That's what we're doing. Yeah, right. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's been said, like, I get it. It is well-intentioned. It is certainly well-intentioned. But the execution is insanity. I actually, after I put that together a minute, I can't even say it's well-intentioned. Because actually, it is intentional that you are turning folks into criminals. That is your intention. That is what you have done. You had an opportunity today to change that, and you chose not to. So it is your intention to turn people into criminals. This is such an easy no vote.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Madam Speaker, we're going to land this plane here. And everything's pretty much been said. I'm just going to point out a couple things and a couple observations. Part of the problem with this bill that you have, Representative Becker-Finn, is that there was already a law there. You talk and you act like there was nothing, and this is, you're building from scratch. We're not building from scratch. We have a law that is pretty much what you had or you want to get to, and then we're not going to build on it. We're not going to tweak it. We're going to wreck part of it, add some other stuff, and then when we're done, we'll have something that's got nothing to do with what you started with. Not going to question your motive. It just makes me wonder, what is the actual goal? Do we want people to be safer? Do we want people that aren't supposed to have firearms, like Representative Meyer's amendment would have done? I made a mistake earlier. It was asked, I forgot who asked, who had the best bill. And I think that was the best bill. Or amendment. Representative Meyer's amendment put on this bill would have got to what you actually said we were trying to solve. All the rest is either sleight of hand to distract from what we're trying to do, or it's incompetence? I don't know, because what you're doing doesn't solve the problem that you said you were trying to address. Are there some gaping holes in your bill? Yes. And you're going to run it through. You wouldn't have brought it to the floor without the vote. I just want to point out a couple of things to you that you're going to need to fix before you get this going. If this goes to a conference committee, do you know the trap that you're creating for FedEx, UPS? That's a weapon. It's being transported. I checked with somebody in the industry that confirms that UPS doesn't have anything in their vehicles that would fit your description. When you're shipping firearms between a manufacturer and an FFL, it's done by UPS or FedEx. They're all going to be at risk of this. You address kind of the concerns of the law enforcement community about this not affecting them when they're on duty, doesn't give them protection when they're off duty, and you don't address the fact that federal officers aren't covered by Minnesota state statute. They're not technically peace officers by Minnesota state statute, 626.84. You're going to need to fix that. You're going to need to address the less lethal part. Otherwise, then you really are making it much worse if you don't address the less lethal part. And I get you're tired. Don't appear to be taking notes. Maybe I'll just address it with you offline. In the end, this bill will do nothing but keep law enforcement and law-abiding public members of this state from being at risk of unintentionally running afoul of the new law while doing absolutely nothing to deter the rampant crime occurring in certain high-populated areas of this state. And I just want to wrap and say, for the stories that we're told out here, addressing the tragedies because of children having access to firearms,
that's already illegal, that's already been addressed. It's like saying we need more laws to keep people from leaving their kids in the car on a hot summer day. In the stories that you mentioned, either it was already illegal or it was unintended, and you could make it a 50-year felony. Nobody meant for that to happen. This needs to be fixed. It didn't need to be fixed in the way that you fixed it. I encourage the members to vote red.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be quick because I've been looking forward to eating a meal. You all finally learned to stop asking me to yield, but I have been taking notes, so I want to clarify a couple things. I've heard both arguments that nobody's going to enforce this bill and that it's going to make everybody a criminal. And logically, it can't be both things. The gun room language was added after testimony in the Public Safety Committee. The same special interest bros bragging about writing talking points for y'all are the ones who asked for that language. It's not playing games to state that a petty misdemeanor is not a crime. And this is directly from 609.02, quote, petty misdemeanor means a petty offense which is prohibited by statute, which does not constitute a crime. And if that is hard for folks to understand, I guess it's not surprising that other legislative language has been perplexing for folks. This bill does not violate Heller. The Heller holding was that a total prohibition against rendering any lawful firearm in the home inoperable for purposes of immediate self-defense was what made that constitutional. And here, our bill doesn't do that. If you have the gun under your direct physical control or within your reach, there's your self-defense right there. It is not a gotcha to point out that we are amending 609.66. You can say it a certain way, like you're dropping a mic, but that's literally what the bill does. 1.4, amending Minnesota statute 609.666. So that's was not a secret. That was intentional. And the reason that it was intentional is that our current law is lacking in a couple key ways. And first, it uses should reasonably have known language and only applies to children. It doesn't explicitly describe what safe storage looks like. And what we know from data, and I can email this all to you if you care about it, but what we know is that safe storage laws are twice as effective at protecting kids and keeping guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them when we have the rules about locking them up when you're not using them, even if you don't think that a kid is gonna show up. Even while we were sitting here, my seatmate, I turned around at one point and her kid was here. You don't know. And that's the thing, when you don't have the gun under your direct physical control, when you're not home, when you're not in your car, you don't know. You do not have control over those situations. And the bill in front of us describes what safe storage actually looks like. It's pretty clear. If you're not using your firearm, it needs to be unloaded, and you need to have a locking device on it. It could be one of the more expensive or there's a lot of examples, and I will be clear as we talk about the different locking devices. Although we named some specific things, we know that there are hundreds of different types of locking devices available, and the language is really clear that it's not limited to the following types of locking devices that we described explicitly. I double-checked the stats. I had staff look up the statistics for 2018 to 2022, limiting the ages to just ages 1 through 17. Other than birth defects, firearms are still the leading cause of death for children in the United States. per the CDC information. Not car accidents, not poisoning, not drowning, it's still firearms, it's still guns. If we could stop the side talking while I am speaking. I have listened to a lot today, and for once I'm not yielding to a question. So when we talk about those kids who are dying from firearms, where do you think they're getting the guns? It's adults. Every single time a child accesses a gun, an adult or numerous adults somewhere along the way are responsible. A kid doesn't go into the store and buy a gun. Somewhere along the way, from the manufacture of that gun to it ending up in the hands of a child, an adult was responsible every single time. Honestly, we've heard we've heard all these examples today, lots of what ifs. Even though we started out by saying we weren't going to get into what ifs, that's definitely what this turned into. And honestly, I'm concerned about the number of stories we've heard about really unreasonably unsafe ways that folks are storing guns, even when they're not home. I heard a lot of examples today of basically normalized firearm negligence and the inability for some folks to be willing to change their behaviors, even if it means preventing unnecessary death of children and others. Really illuminated why this bill is so important. And I do want to talk about mental health. Honestly, a lot of traumatic experiences have been shared here today, whether stories about lives lost or scary situations that folks find themselves in. And honestly, the language used today in this body was really dehumanizing and disrespectful to people who are legitimately struggling with depression and mental illness. You know, to sort of make light of suicide or to use the words like crazy or bonkers or cuckoo or whatever the other words we used really dehumanizes people who are legitimately struggling with mental illness. And I know we all make mistakes sometimes in our language, but we can all do better. Everyone can do better about that. It really, someone being called crazy isn't a joke. Suicide isn't a joke. This bill will prevent suicide. Not all suicides, we know that. And I want to share some other information. This is in the fiscal note of the bill, which was also addressed in the Ways and Means Committee. 573 deaths in Minnesota were caused by guns in 2021. Data shows that approximately 73% of these firearm deaths were suicide. Suicide deaths, as mentioned earlier, are more common in rural areas. And data from Minnesota also shows that the incidents where the source of the gun could be determined, nearly a quarter of those suicides were guns that did not belong to the person who used the gun on themselves. So that's 81 Minnesota lives per year on average. No single bill that anyone in this body drafts is going to prevent every bad thing from happening. We all know that. It wouldn't matter how you drafted anything, it's going to take more than any one bill. And finally, I will end with the thing I have ended every single hearing about this bill with, and that is, if nothing else happens, we spent a lot of time talking about safe storage today, and that is a really, really good thing. So, and I've shared this example in every committee stop, we as gun owners, it is on us to make sure that kids are safe from guns. And as has been mentioned, they've done studies, they've done examples. We know from real life examples that even kids who are trained, even kids who have done the Eddie Eagle training, who have been told, who know, they're kids. They make mistakes. And so, you know, for my family, that means, and I want to normalize this. If nothing else happens out of this, I want to normalize us talking about gun storage and safety. So like when your kid goes to a different house that they haven't played at before, ask. When we have a new kid come play at our house, I volunteer that information. Hey, just letting you know, we have dogs. My husband and I both hunt. We have guns in the home. I just want to let you know that we store those safely. You know, they are locked in a gun safe. The kids have no idea how to access that safe. Ammunition stored separately. So we got to talk about it. And so sort of turning this into this blue or red issue doesn't move the needle on that. And so I think there's more that we can all do to prevent unnecessary deaths from guns. And at the end of the day, that is the goal of this bill. Someone asked me, what problem are you trying to fix? I'm trying to make sure fewer people die from guns. That is what I'm trying to do. That is what a lot of us are trying to do, and I hope you will join me in voting green for this bill.
The member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have had a very robust debate today. And I just want to make sure that the body understands that, as you heard the bill author say that all they've heard is special interest, talking points by special interest bros. What you have heard from this side of the aisle today were not just talking points written by special interest bros. This was legitimate concerns over this bill that is at hand today. It is questions, it was amendments that were offered that would have possibly improved or answered things, but it was definite debate that was very important on a very serious and important topic. The confidence that I have in this is this bill, as you are going to pass out of this body tonight, will not become law. This will not become law. So you can make promises, but it's not going to happen. We have no idea what's going to happen in the Senate, and we know there's a conference committee if it even makes it that far. But this bill, for the public to understand, as written, as passed out of this body tonight by the majority, will not become law. This bill, what it does is it imposes more restrictions on law-abiding gun owners, making it harder for them to get to their firearms in case of an emergency. On the same day, though, if you were actually serious about combating gun violence, on the same day that this bill was introduced, back in February 26th, the majority in this body also introduced a bill that would repeal mandatory minimum sentences for violent crimes involving firearms. So you'd have to ask yourself, are you serious about cracking down on gun crimes? I don't think so. Those would not have been introduced at the same time. This goes to show, though, that you're not serious about it. Many people, as we've heard today, I know that it was heard in the committee meetings, do choose to keep a firearm by their choice close by in their home for self-defense. Many people either live alone, they might be, as we heard from Representative Franson's amendment, victims of stalking, and that person maybe just wants a little bit of peace that they could easily and quickly defend themselves in the off chance that they would need to. What this bill does is it makes it so much more difficult to get to that firearm in that case of an emergency. And minutes do matter when your life is in danger. Seconds matter when there's an intruder in your home. Law-abiding gun owners should not be penalized for just being prepared to defend themselves. So imagine this with me. I'm going to give you two scenarios. Person A. That person A is asleep on a bench in a city park with a loaded gun next to them, but within arm's reach. Imagine with me person B. That's a grandpa playing with his grandkids in their family room with an unloaded gun hanging above the fireplace. Nothing happens in either case, but person A, the one on the park bench, no crime according to this bill. Person B, according to this bill you're going to pass, a gross misdemeanor with up to a year in jail. Tell me how that makes sense. It doesn't. Again, this bill that you're going to pass out is not going to become law. Members, I encourage a no vote.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are studies that have been done of kids where they will hide a gun in a room, and they will put the kids in the room, and inevitably the kids find the gun, and inevitably they play with the gun in a dangerous way. They will look down the barrel, they will point it at their friends, and why is that? Because kids are curious, and that is what leads to tragedy. Just a couple of months ago, kids were playing in a St. Paul apartment when a 13-year-old girl found a loaded revolver in an unlocked closet drawer, started playing with it, and accidentally shot her 11-year-old cousin in the head. Another tragedy was Thomas Pazamore, who was set upstairs to charge a phone. In the closet of his dad's room, Thomas found a loaded handgun sitting on top of an unlocked safe and fatally shot himself in his head weeks before his 4th birthday. Guns are the leading cause of death for kids in the United States, and in Minnesota, 41 kids die by guns every year, over half by suicide. We heard from the other side, well, this bill would be worth it if it saved just one life. Well, guess what? It will. Studies show that safe storage works. Households that lock both firearms and ammunition have an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens, and states with safe storage laws like this one reduce unintentional shootings by children by 78%. We heard tonight, well, this won't fix urban gun violence. We heard this won't fix all violent crime. We hear this argument every single time we bring up a gun violence protection bill, that if we can't prevent everything, we should do nothing. That is an obvious fallacy. We also heard tonight that we are not serious about gun violence prevention. Folks, we are extremely serious. We were serious when we passed criminal background checks, which we know save lives. We were serious when we passed extreme risk protection orders, which have already saved lives this year since they took effect. If this bill just saved Thomas's life, wouldn't that be worth it? Yes, it would. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, if you can keep the noise level down in the chamber. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, aye. Carol, aye. Howard. Howard votes aye. Howard, aye. Keel.
Keep the noise level down in the chamber. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Keel. Carol, aye. Carol, aye.
Say it again.
No. Keel, no. Kegel.
Aye.
Say it again.
Kegel, aye.
Kegel, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 64 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Long moves that House File number 4975 be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that House File 4975 be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Representative Long, first you have to move to take it from the table, and we have to have a vote on that.
That is my first motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long moves that we take House File 4975 from the table. All those in favor? Representative, hold on just a second.
Non-debatable.
To take from the table?
Yes, non-debatable.
A motion to take from the table is not debatable. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Will the clerk report the bill?
House File Number 4975, an act relating to state government operations and finance.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, now I move that House File 4975 be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Could the Majority Leader explain to us what that bill is?
Representative Long.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is the Agriculture, Energy, and Commerce Budget Bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. To the Majority Leader, if you'd answer the following question. This bill was on the calendar and now it has to come off the calendar and be re-referred to Ways and Means. Is there a reason why that's being re-referred to Ways and Means?
Courtesy. Representative Long.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we are referring it to Ways and Means so that one of the amendments that was offered on the floor will be added to the underlying base bill before it is brought back to the floor.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Majority Leader Long. If he would yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
And what amendment seems to be causing some consternation tonight that we have to take that back on such an urgency tomorrow morning to Ways and Means?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not consternation. This was a procedural objection from your side of the aisle, and so we are trying to make sure we are putting it in a shape that would make you all happier, and so it is my amendment.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, we certainly appreciate being in a position of being happy. As I understand it, and please, Majority Leader Long, if you are so inclined to correct this, but my understanding is that it has to do with your amendment on the public action. Am I correct on that? Would he yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Long.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's what I said.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Long, the purpose for bringing that back is to have anything to do with germaneness on the bill.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, yes, that is the reason that there was a concern raised. I believe it was germane, but we're not going to put that question before us. We will just put it in the bill, and then we will bring it before us in the body.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and Majority Leader Long. Did everyone hear that? We have been trying for 4 days to deal with issues of germaneness, and we finally have prevailed tonight that we're going to send a bill back to a committee and deal with something in germaneness. Thank you, members and Madam Speaker. And Majority Leader Long, appreciate the indulgence.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day will be reported by the clerk.
House File Number 4411, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to elections, the second engrossment.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 4411 be laid on the table.
Representative Long moves that House File 4411 be laid on the table. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 5247. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 5247, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to taxation. Long moves that House File Number 5247 be laid on the table.
Representative Long.
That is my motion.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails.
Long moves that House File Number 2609 be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
That is my motion.
All those in favor of the Long motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 2609, an act relating to public safety, the first engrossment.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg, who will explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in the early morning hours of February 18th, my community and our law enforcement and emergency management services community suffered a tremendous loss. We were shocked and horrified, and our community will never be the same. I know that what happened to our first responders that day has affected many of us in this chamber. Those of you who have served your community in that capacity or have family members that have, feel a certain kinship with our community and understand our loss. Members, let's be intentional in how we speak to each other and what we speak about today. Our impacted community members, families, city leaders, and most importantly, our fallen heroes deserve the very best of us. With that in mind, this bill does three things. Under current Minnesota statute, the Department of Public Safety is required to submit an annual report to the legislature detailing how it has used funds appropriated for violent crime reduction strategies, which includes the violent crimes enforcement teams at the BCA. This bill establishes that this report must include information about gun trafficking investigations that have been conducted in the previous year. This bill bans binary triggers. Under Minnesota statute, it is illegal to own or operate a trigger activator, which are removable devices that can be added to a semi-automatic firearms to increase their rate of fire. This bill adds to that definition of trigger activators as a binary trigger. A firearm with a binary trigger attached to it fires one round when the trigger is pulled and another as the trigger is released, doubling the gun's rate of fire. It is without a doubt that a binary trigger killed Matthew, Paul, and Adam and injured another officer, Adam. These 3 lives were cut brutally short by a binary trigger. Earlier this week in North Carolina, 4 officers were killed, 4 were injured. I'd like to just read a bit of what was said from people who experienced this in the neighborhood. All of a sudden, it sounded like Vietnam out there. There was a litany of gunfire, just an enormous amount, said a neighbor. You may have heard an officer that was killed in Fargo recently. I would also like to read a bit about that. In July 2023, a lone gunman opened fire on officers responding to a crash in Fargo, North Dakota, fatally shooting Officer Jake Wallen, a Minnesota native, and injuring 2 more before being killed. North Dakota Attorney General Drew Wrigley, a Republican, later confirmed that the gunman had used a rifle equipped with a binary trigger and said that the rifle's increased rate of fire had given officers, quote, no time to reach for their holstered guns before being shot, end quote. While binary triggers are legal in North Dakota, Wrigley called them purposeless and says it caused the officers no time to respond to the ambush that they thought they were facing automatic fire. Quote, he continued, everything you hit twice because you have the binary trigger. That quote is almost identical to what our officers experienced in Burnsville. I would like to note the Sheriff's Association opposes the use or possession of binary triggers. I believe Representative McDonald said earlier, quote, he has a great respect for our sheriffs. I like that, thank you. Similarly, the Chiefs Association supports the prohibition on a trigger that fires multiple rounds with each trigger pull sequence. That's a binary trigger. Thirdly, it increases penalties for straw purchases. In current statute, it is illegal to purchase a pistol or semi-automatic military-style assault weapon and give it to someone who is prohibited from possessing firearms. It also states that straw purchasing is illegal if the buyer knew that the transferee was a prohibited person, and the penalty is a gross misdemeanor. This language makes it difficult for a prosecutor to secure a conviction. So this bill adds, or reasonably should have known, to the prosecutor's burden of proof, which will make it easier to convict straw purchasers. It also raises the penalty to a felony punishable by up to 2 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine, with an aggregated penalty of up to 5 years in prison and or a $20,000 fine if the transferee uses the weapon in a crime of violence within a year of the transfer. Lastly, it extends the prohibition on straw purchasing to all firearms, with the exception for non-semi-automatic military assault weapons, long guns transferred to an eligible minor, such as rifles and shotguns used for hunting and guns used in sport shooting, for example, trap shooting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend House File Number 2609, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DE2.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Madam Speaker, DE2 removes 5 words from this bill. My amendment leaves in the reporting and it leaves in the straw purchase. It takes out the language referencing to the trigger. Now, I've heard some things said across the aisle here that I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to dispute, but we're gonna, this is a hard one, guys. This is gonna be a hard one to get through, okay? It's gonna be hard to get through because it's just so frustrating, and you know it is frustrating. Madam Speaker, we've got the amendment to my amendment. Can we do that?
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Whitty moves to amend the Novotny amendment to House File Number 2609, the first engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A5.
The member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. We saw in February what happened when straw buyers give guns to prohibited persons. We have seen, and I've talked about it numerous times, the assaults on our police officers in our communities. They're under attack. They need our support, and not just days on the incidents, and not just days of the funeral, but 365. According to the BCA Uniform Crime Report, in 2019, 467 officers were assaulted. In 2021, that jumped to 1,112. This is a 140% increase over a 3-year time frame. This violent trend toward officers is very troubling. I was in my room that day of the incident, and I started receiving text messages at 6 a.m. of the horrific things that were happening in Burnsville. And one of the text messages said, worst case scenario. I later heard the voices of officers I worked with that day. That night, I went to the vigil. I stood back with my alumni and paid my respects. We had our elected officials that went to the press conference, were told not to be there, walked up after they were finished, and started speaking. but did not speak to the police chief, the fire chief, or anyone in that area. That's showing up, but that's not supporting them. We lost 2 Burnsville officers and 1 Burnsville paramedic firefighter. First time in Minnesota history we've ever lost a paramedic or a firefighter. First time in Minnesota history we lost a hostage crisis negotiator. For 18 years of my career, I led that team. One of my former members of that team is now the team lead, and he watched 2 of his officers died, and he got shot at, and the paramedic that tried to rescue him in an armored vehicle got shot. This bill includes an increased penalty on a straw buyer of up to 5 years in prison and up to $20,000 fine if the prohibited person they transfer the firearm to use it in a crime of violence. My amendment adds an increase in the penalty on a straw buyer of up to 10 years in prison and or up to $40,000 in fine if the prohibited person uses a firearm to assault the public safety officer. The public safety officers included police officers, but also included a firefighter, EMT, who rushed in to help 2 fallen officers. Instead of demonizing the men and women who keep us safe every day, we should be ensuring that the straw buyers who enable them to be assaulted or killed face the consequences of actions. Today, I ask for your support one of the days in the 365, and I ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Whitty requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Whitty, for bringing this amendment. And we understand the incredible pain that you experienced that horrible day. And I will say that I am disappointed that this amendment to the amendment is on the part of the underlying amendment that strips the binary trigger from the bill. I really wish you had done this one as a separate one to the actual language of the bill. And the reason why is because the binary trigger is such an important aspect of this bill. You know, I personally didn't know what a binary trigger was until I read the indictment from the Burnsville shooting, and I'm just going to read that paragraph from you. It says, or for you, it says, among the firearms that the defendant bought and transferred at the shooter's request were 3 semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle lower receivers. One of these semi-automatic firearm lower receivers was a Franklin Armory, describes the gun, caliber semi-automatic rifle that was equipped with a binary trigger. A firearm with a binary trigger fires 1 shot when the trigger is pulled and another when the trigger is released, effectively doubling the rate of fire. So the binary trigger language is very important to the bill, and I really, like I said, wish your underlying amendment was to the actual bill itself and not to the part that's stripping the binary trigger from that. You know, and we have done things over the years. We've increased penalties substantially in the assault in the first degree section of our statutes for great bodily harm and using a dangerous weapon against a peace officer. That change was made in 2021 after Eric Mortensen was injured. So, you know, we have been increasing penalties and doing those things. It's not enough. Frankly, we need to do more. And one of those things more that we can do is eliminate binary triggers. Not just Burnsville, like Representative Berg said, in Fargo it was used. There's no purpose for them. And so again, it's just too bad that this underlying amendment was attached to that piece of the bill. I'm going to vote for your underlying amendment, or for the amendment to the amendment, and just encourage members to vote how they want on that. But again, disappointed that it's attached to the underlying amendment stripping the binary trigger. Thank you.
Discussion on the Whitty amendment. Further discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely once the people who are calling them look ready?
Carroll. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Go. Mike? Try again.
Aye. Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Go ahead.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye. Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 113 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are on the underlying Novotny amendment. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Novotny.
Speaker, I was hoping you'd leave that board up. Thank you for taking it down, because even on a bill that you know you're going to, in a couple of minutes, vote down, an amendment you're going to vote down in a couple of minutes, there were still people that couldn't vote green on supporting law enforcement officers, increasing the penalties for public safety officers. On a bill you know you're going to regret, an amendment you know you're going to reject, you couldn't even vote green. Thank you for taking it down. In the packet passed out about 12 hours ago, there was a letter from the Sheriff's Association and National Shooting Sports. On the back of that packet is a clipping from a newspaper. And I pulled that out because I was cleaning my office as we prepare to go to the Palace for Politicians Rebuild. And I found a thing that my family put together when I retired, and it's a story about, we did a jump out on some bank robbers in Big Lake, and it's hard to tell, it's a little grainy picture, but hanging from my neck is a Colt SMG. The Colt SMG was a lower from an M16 that they'd taken out. They modified it to fire 9mm at a subcompact machine gun. And I just thought it was so important to note, because I had a feeling what the narrative would be tonight, and I guessed it right. The trigger went out and caused the problems. And I say that because that gun hanging around my neck had a fully automatic trigger option. And I won't, in reference to the last bill, which I forgot to bring up, that was in my squad for probably 15 years. Every night it was there, every morning I came out, or whatever shift I was on, and it was squad ready, which means it had a magazine in it, but it was unloaded. And the point I want to make now is, whenever I did start my shift and I went out, my SMG was there. It hadn't magically gone off and committed any crimes. You know who killed these 3 brave men? The guy whose name I won't say. He killed those 3 men. It wasn't a trigger that may have allowed him to shoot a little quicker. Anybody that can, yes, thank you for printing that off. This is something I will frame. Anybody that's done any amount of shooting knows that the difference between a binary trigger and a semi-automatic trigger is not that fast. And also, if you're running a 30-round magazine, you'll get done that much faster. When people ask me about politics and what is so frustrating, I point to this bill. I point to this bill, and I will be able to point to this bill for the rest of my life. What is wrong with politics? This bill is the perfect example of it. This bill was passed off this floor with bipartisan support last year. Politely got off the floor so you didn't have to take a bad vote. And then it was dropped to committee. And then that Sunday morning, I went to church and I sat in the back and I cried because I thought, what could I have done different? What could I have done different? I didn't know the facts. Should I have fought more when we were doing all this crime fixing after George Floyd? Did I fight him enough? Was I too polite? Did I not yell? Should I get on my desk and said, this doesn't work? I'm pretty sure I've said this doesn't work. Maybe I should have said it loud enough. We come to the floor when it's all done with the funerals, and I come to the floor and we try to pull this back up, and you blocked it. The same people that voted off to the floor, all green, you blocked it because you had a fix. You had a fix. You had to blame it on something else. You had to blame it on an inanimate object. You didn't want to blame it on the guy whose name I won't say. I won't question your motive. I did some research, as Representative Hurt recommended I do, and I saw pure theater. What we did that day when we tried to do the emergency was pure theater. It was sleight of hand. Don't pay attention to what we didn't do. Let's come and blame this inanimate object. I don't know what more I can say. We need to look forward, and what are we going to do different? Are we going to start looking at victims? Are we going to start holding people responsible? I talked about it on Monday. We can talk about semi-automatics and triggers. Okay? This binary trigger, if you make it a semi-automatic, if you make it full auto and you consider it a full auto, it'll have the same classification as the switches that they're using on these pistols. And they're getting nothing for it. They're getting a day. My problem is I forget stuff, and I forgive and I forget. So I wrote it down. And I won't call a certain member out, but she's like, hey, we charge people. They get convictions. You get a one-day conviction? That's your sentence for having a submachine gun? You're dumping rounds? A guy that was already not supposed to be possessing a firearm to start with gets caught with a switch, and he gets 1 day, and then you say that's a conviction, so it's all good? I'll tell the story again. When this first started, when the previous Hennepin County attorney was there, I did a data request to find out just how many firearm possession cases were being prosecuted and charged. And it took forever to get it back. And then I found out why. Because they went and charged everybody out. Do a quick long form complaint, then dismiss it. Then we can claim that we charged everybody out. And with a straight face, people will say, hey, look, we charged them out. We got a conviction. You want to talk about pure theater? That's pure theater. If you want to make a difference, let's start making a difference. Let's start punishing criminals. Let's not drop the minimums that already aren't being enforced. Why don't we try something else? I'll close with a little story. We used to do, you're mandated to do inclement weather and nighttime shooting as part of your annual qualifications. And for the case of simplicity, we would do the inclement weather night shoot at once. And we'd schedule it usually in November. Nice to have a little snow on the ground, make them cold. And one of the drills that I would make them do to see if they were familiar with their firearms would have them take an empty pistol, field strip it, put it back together, and fire 1 round. And there was one deputy who would always take his 1 month. At that time, you would get a box of ammo every month. And he never missed his box of ammo. And I'd seen him shoot, and this had gone on for years. I don't know what he did with his ammo because he obviously wasn't practicing with it. And we get to the part where his hands are cold, and I ask him in the dark to take the gun apart and put it back together. And he couldn't. And I tried to tell him the right way to do it. And he said, well, that's not the way I do it a different way. And after the longest time, and after his fingers got colder and colder, and it got harder for him to do, I finally said, your way sucks. Try it my way. We're coming up to the end of my 5th session here. The bar has gotten lower and lower and lower every year, and it doesn't work. The way that we've been doing sucks. You're not doing your people any favors. You're not doing the people committing the crimes any favors by letting them off. You let a person that's already got a felony conviction, is prohibited from having firearms, he's caught with a switch to make it a federal firearm violation, and he knows if he goes federal, it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, right? He's got a lot to lose if he goes federal. If he goes federal. He gets arrested for the 2nd or the 5th or the 10th time, and he gets no penalty. So what's to stop him from the 6th or the 10th or the 16th? There's no reason for him not to. Let's think about raising the bar. Let's not lower the bar. Back to the amendment. Thank you for not interrupting me. Bring the bill separate. Honor the vote that you took last year. Let's put some publicity into this. Let's let people know that they shouldn't be providing firearms because we're going to take it serious and they're going to go to jail and there'll be consequences. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your understanding and silence. Please vote green, and I request a roll call.
Representative Novotny requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment as amended. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I give a response and give you the reason why we need this legislation, I want us to acknowledge the very real emotion, hurt, pain, loss that I can see in Representative Whitty and Representative Novotny. We can hold these two truths, that we hurt and that we have options to do something to keep our first responders and our community safe. So binary triggers serve no other purpose than to deliver more rounds on a target than a standard trigger. It's impractical at best for any type of hunting. In fact, binary triggers make a platform less accurate. I also want to note that 10 other states already ban binary triggers, including Florida and Idaho. Pretty red states, right? But they recognize that they serve no practical purpose other than to tear down a target. And that's what they did in Burnsville, in Fargo, and probably other places we don't even know about. So I just want to say it again. It was because of an AR-15 style rifle that was modified with an aftermarket binary trigger that 3 lives were brutally cut short. So let's support our officers and our firefighter paramedics and do what we can to keep them safe, which is what this bill does. Please vote no.
Discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Hey, just to be clear, we're voting on my DE2 amendment.
That's right, as amended.
I think I made myself clear and request a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 2609.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members.
We started this week with three gun bills. And we're on the last one, and I could have delivered this on any one of them. You know, all of these bills, they had one goal, maybe two, and the goal was to restrict access. And cause law-abiding gun owners to become criminals if they didn't meet with a new set of criteria for storage, for reporting stolen guns. All three of these are model language. And when we look at model language, I think we have to be super thoughtful. We have to be and we have to temper what we do with model language. And the proponents of these particular bills are always claiming and have this perception that violent crime is being fueled by firearms. And I don't think that's true. I think violent crime is fueled by hopelessness and anger, and that firearms are one of those tools. And access to firearms are one component of how society is dealing with that anger and hopelessness. It's combined with disorders of conduct, substance abuse, impulse control disorders, socioeconomic disadvantages, community violence, violent behavior tendencies, and the list goes on and on and on. And there's a lot of counties and there's a lot of organizations out there that are partnering to try to address the cause that's driving violent crime. Gun violence disproportionately affects and impacts communities of color. It's highly concentrated in areas that, and for numbers of people living in areas that are underserved. Some of the states, and they've been mentioned tonight, that have the least, have the most friendly gun control policies have some of the highest levels of gun violence. I'll use Maryland is just one example. And it's not because all of Maryland has a lot of gun violence, it's because there's an enormous amount of gun violence in Baltimore. And there's thought leaders out there that are actively working on strategies to try to successfully engage with those individuals that are at the highest risk of violent behavior. Evidence-based community violence interventions are showing that we can significantly reduce gun violence in the most impacted communities. Community violence programs in Chicago, New York, Philadelphia have reduced gun violence. But the same efforts that are put in place in Baltimore have failed miserably. One size doesn't fit all. And to be here and to want to participate in this particular bill has a great provision, and I think if it would have been held on its own, there would have been, I think every member of this body would have voted for it. We're not going to solve these things if we continue to treat the tool as the perpetrator and pretend that that's going to solve the problem. There's other street outreach programs in other cities, Advanced Peace used in California, that are supporting those high-risk individuals that are focusing on personal development, attainment of life goals, without the use of violence. that are proving to be far more successful than just model pieces of legislation so that we can pretend that we're doing something important. Members, we've heard a lot from this side of the aisle tonight about our constitutional rights, how healthy gun owners take care of their guns, teach their children, teach their friends. And that's not the issue. The issue tonight is that by restricting the rights of law-abiding citizens is not going to change the hearts of the people that want to commit crimes against themselves or others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Some time ago, shortly after the tragedy that happened in Burnsville, I brought a motion to the floor to increase the penalty for straw purchasers, and we're all aware of that. And Representative Novotny gave us a little bit of a history lesson, and that it was a darn near unanimous vote that put it on the public safety bill last year, and then it was dropped on the cutting room floor. And I brought up the day that we brought this up for an urgency, my bill, House File 549, very early bill introduction, because as was stated then, and I'll state it again, in 2019, I introduced the bill, House File 2423. In the 21-22 biennium, I introduced it again, House File 346, very early bill introduction. And then last year, House File 548, another early bill introduction. Asked for hearings on all of them, every single year, asked for a hearing. Never, crickets, never heard back from any of the chair on the bill. Was told when I brought it to the floor as an amendment by, I believe it was Representative Pinto, it's not workable, it's not workable, we gotta vote against it, gotta vote against it. And so I thought, surely after when it was discovered how the murderer got the firearms that he used to kill 3 Burnsville first responders, I thought, surely after that, people will see the reasoning behind wanting to change this and make the penalty stronger so it actually gets charged out. And as Representative Niska said that day, so Andy Ruger doesn't have to write in with federal charges. But again, sadly, would Representative Berg yield to a question?
She will. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just got to know why, when we declared an urgency for 3 officers that were brutally killed in your community, why on that day could we not have passed the bill?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not the chair of the Public Safety Committee, so I'm not sure I can answer your question. Thank you.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Berg, you could have stood up on the floor and defended your community and said, we need to do
Point
this.
of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Masons 124, paragraph 1, in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities.
Representative Scott. Could you please resume without referencing personalities? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why we're here today after really what amounts to 6 years of trying to get this law passed. And then you have to attach something that you know members on this side of the aisle find offensive by blaming an inanimate object instead of the murderer. Some in this body, when there are officer-involved shootings, want to blame an officer and not the criminal. Some in our body have been known to do that. I'm just so sorry to those officers' families that we weren't able to pass this bill almost 6 years ago when it was introduced. Maybe the straw purchaser would have known she could be charged with a felony, and those officers might be alive. And folks, it's not just officers that have been victims of these straw purchases. It's been your average, everyday, run-of-the-mill Minnesotan, too. They've lost their lives or been injured by folks that have obtained firearms through straw purchasers when they were themselves not allowed to possess a firearm because they were felons. I'm glad that this is being taken up today, but I'm just really, really sad that it couldn't have been taken up and passed 6 years ago or even last year instead of hitting the cutting room floor.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House be allowed to meet past midnight.
Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader Long. I would agree with that motion.
All those in favor of the motion to meet past midnight, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House is permitted to meet past midnight. The member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all that supported law enforcement today. Representative Hewitt, Representative Backer, I know I give you guys a hard time, but you guys know as EMTs we're in this together. Representative Grasso, Representative Johnson, Representative Novotny, thank you. Last year on the House, our resolution, since December 3rd, 1874, when the first Minnesota peace officer was reported killed in the line of duty, it was 276 that have made the ultimate sacrifice and given their lives in the line of duty. We did lose 2 this year. Our law enforcement are hurting physically, emotionally, and mentally. And I can tell you, at my Burnsville family, they're still down 14 officers that haven't come by. They lost 2 that day, but 14 are working through the process, and we will never know. My hand is always extended. I'm willing to reach across just like I did on the SRO. My hope is we can start being a beacon of hope and be a shining light for our law enforcement and be, like I said, for my Law Enforcement Initiative 365. Let's be there, not so much in words, but in our actions. And thank you, Representative Mueller, for your comments. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a pretty disappointing situation. It's really unfortunate, Representative Novotny, that your amendment wasn't put on, and instead we're in this situation where, like Representative Scott said, we should have done this 6 years ago or 5 years ago, or certainly several weeks ago when we had the opportunity to do it. And the only reason we didn't The only reason we're here where we are today is politics. It's political games. Sections 1 and 3 of this bill would have been unanimously supported. Almost, I'm sure we would have had all green aboard for sections 1 and 3. Frankly, like Representative Scott said, we should have passed section 3 of this bill years ago. But instead, it's all being tied together with this binary trigger ban that's frankly just not ready for prime time. It's not. It's not clearly statutorily written. It's going to have a lot of problems when it comes to figuring out what it means. Does it apply to Glocks? I think we're going to have to pass the bill to find out what's in it as it relates to that. But the other problem with this is it very clearly creates a takings problem for the state of Minnesota, because there are a lot of people, whether it does apply to Glocks or whether it just applies to products that are out there known as binary triggers that people have bought legally. The state of Minnesota is now going to tell all those people that they can't have that anymore, that item of value that they purchased for their firearm is now illegal. And they're going to have a takings claim against the state of Minnesota. They're going to win those claims against the state of Minnesota. And we don't know how much that's going to cost the state of Minnesota, because it's not ready for prime time. So instead of having something that we could all come together on, the majority has chosen to stick into that a poison pill that just isn't ready for prime time and isn't going to be able to get support across the aisle. And it's on purpose. It's just meant to take an issue that we should have solved a long time ago, that we should be able to come together on, and make it into a partisan vote. That's what's happening tonight. Vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by just saying their names. Officer Paul Elstrand, Officer Matthew Ruge, firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth. We're here because of their sacrifice and their dedication to our community, the community of Burnsville. I represent the area in which they were murdered in defense of 7 children. And I also want to thank Representative Berg for bringing forward this bill. Representative Scott, I appreciate your efforts over the years on the straw purchases. At the same time, when we have binary triggers on weapons, we have a device that is intentionally being accentuated for destruction. And I see no reason why anyone on either side of the aisle would see that that was a useful and valuable thing. I don't see, and I have not heard why it is an essential threat to the Second Amendment as I'm hearing it tonight. To me, I feel like we should all be able to be united in wanting weapons that do the basic things that you need them to do. I don't know why you need them to do those things. I'm disappointed that you do. And I am really looking forward to passing this law. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to unpack this a little bit, and I'm going to be extremely brief. Representative Novotny, he said it perfectly earlier, that this is what's wrong with politics. February 18th, tragedy occurs in Burnsville. The community of Burnsville comes together. The law enforcement and first responder community came together. And even for a brief moment, we came together. We hugged each other at that funeral. We saw the humanity that was lost that day. But it didn't last long. Because when a solution was brought forward that we all agreed on, The majority saw an opportunity to claim ownership of it and then to attach something to it that's completely political and they know it. That's disgusting. And it's what's wrong with politics, and it's why people don't trust us. It's why people don't trust politicians or government in general. Because you play games with something as important and as vital as this. It's sad. It needs to change. We need to be better. Thank you to all the first responders in this room. Thank you to the people who actually know what it's like to put on a bulletproof vest to go to work. I don't know what that feels like. Maybe we should listen to them. Set aside the politics and listen to the experts. This stuff's sad.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Madam Speaker, the problem that we have with the trigger language is that there's been a phrase that's been used multiple times, binary trigger, and that's not in the bill. There's a description of a function of a trigger, and this is why I'm against it, because it's a very vague description, like everything else we've had. Now, the first time this came to public safety, they brought in the forensic expert from the BCA. And unprepared, I asked her to explain what the language meant. And she said that a binary trigger can fire more than one round without a pull of the trigger and a release. And when I asked her to specify what release meant, is the finger coming off the trigger. And I tried to explain then, and I've explained several times since, that most modern firearms, your finger does not have to come off the trigger fully. There is a safety on the trigger, and the sear can reset before you fully come off it. And just like the bill that we just listened to, we were told it was our job to fix it. And I specifically didn't try to fix it because I didn't want the inanimate object to be blamed for this murder of 3 public safety officers. And I was right. That's where it went. And I pointed this out. They were murdered by a person who made a decision. But we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about something else. And we can deflect and try to defer and pay attention to the shiny object, not pay attention to the reality. The reality is we have a problem with violence in this state and in this country, and that's what we need to work on. We can look at the switch problem as just an example of whatever law you make about an inanimate object, that's not going to change it. We need to change people's behavior. We need to change people's respect for life and other human beings. Whatever language you come up with, whatever fix that doesn't address the issue is just going to be side dressing until we start dealing with the value of human life as we treat other people. That's why I didn't want to fix this. I wanted to focus on the behavior and the bad guy, not something else that makes it easier to blame. I didn't want a diversion. And I didn't want to make half the active Glocks or half the active firearms used by law enforcement and people that are sporting and that are concealed carrying right now to be considered as having a machine gun. That's the second part of it. I can fire more than one round without fully releasing the trigger. We haven't fixed that language. I don't know how we do it. Nobody obviously can come up with a good answer, or it would have been there. Does the language describe a binary trigger? Yes, but it also describes a lot else. And I know that it's legislative intent that we might get out to, years or months after the arrest or the court case. Why don't we get the language right? If you really want that, if you really think that'll make a difference, can you at least do it so that you don't outlaw every Glock, every modern sporting rifle? Can you just do it right? Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for this discussion. I couldn't agree with you more. Pretty much all of you. We do have a problem with mental health in this country, and it is what is behind some of these violent crimes and tragedies in our communities. So we're addressing that. We put more support personnel in every public school in this state to reach our children, to help our staff and our teachers. We've created economic opportunity for workers. We've protected them. We've protected their right to earn a living with prevailing wage. We are trying to make sure that we have access to affordable health care for everyone.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
We are trying to make sure that there is
Representative Schultz, for what purpose do you rise?
Yeah, point of order under Mason Section 101, sticking to the order of debate.
Representative Berg.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I will stick to the order of the mental health, which Representative Novotny so rightly brought up. So we know if people have stable housing, if they have food security, if they have strong schools, if they have paid time off to care for themselves and their family members, if they have time where they can make sure that they can get themselves to safety. We're addressing some of the issues. So I hear you, and I agree with you, and we do want to get it right. The BCA letter that you all have, the experts have said that the language that includes the binary trigger does not include Glocks or long guns. According to the BCA, Superintendent Drew, this won't affect Glocks because Glock pistols, when you release the trigger, it resets, but you still need to depress it again to fire the next round. And to talk about the guns being an inanimate object, but they're in the hands of people that are clearly in crisis themselves, this is true. But let's say the gentleman, or actually not gentleman, that was in crisis that day and what happened in my community. If he was throwing knives at the officers from the window, if he was throwing apples, if he was throwing dog bones, like, yes, inanimate objects, but it wasn't knives, apples, dog bones. It was a rate of fire that the officers could mount no response to. You don't get that with an apple. You don't get it with a knife. You get it with a gun with a binary trigger. So yes, we need to address the mental health aspects behind this. But what we are doing is we are taking things off the shelves that people that are in crisis have access to. And that is what happened in my community and other communities, access to inanimate objects, as you call them. Gun violence prevention requires a multifaceted response, and this bill does that. It closed loopholes in current law to hold offenders accountable. It's one more step that we can take to keep our communities, families, law enforcement, and first responders safe from gun violence. When we know better, we do better. We learn, we evolve. That is our responsibility. And we do this to keep our community safe. So thank you so much, Representative Scott, for the work that you have done that has gotten us step by step to this point. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Novotny, for your wisdom and for caring so much. And thank you, Representative Whitty, for joining in our community, our shared community. I was at that vigil. I was at the subsequent events that we had after that, because we love and we care for our first responders. Thank you to everyone on that side of the aisle that I saw at the memorial service. And you're right, Representative Engen, for just a moment, it was there. It was there. I thank you, I'm not breaking that. But I am thanking everybody in this chamber that supported us and that loved our community. Vote green.
The member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Whitty, I want to thank you for bringing forward the amendment that we had a good vote on that. It could have been much better, but we had a fairly good vote on the Whitty amendment, and the state appreciates that. I do struggle with the theater in this room when there are votes on amendments, knowing full well that you're going to take them back down. And I will not arraign motives on why I think that happens, but I'm sure everyone in this chamber knows exactly why that happens. And it is frustrating and very disingenuous. Representative Novotny, thank you for bringing your amendment forward. And the restraint that you showed as you tried to bring reason and common sense is admirable. And I wished it could have been a little bit more intense, but this was not the right place. But thank you. And then to Representative Scott, you have fought for over half a decade to increase the penalties for straw buyers. And we finally got that done last year with an almost green board, except for 2 people in this chamber, the same makeup of this body. So we knew it could be done. So thank you for fighting for that, Representative Scott. But unfortunately, in the conference committee, a complete Democrat majority, but a complete Democrat conference committee last year, that provision was stripped back out. The bill wasn't dead. We wanted to make sure that it would come forward. With the absolute tragedy that happened in Burnsville, and to the greater law enforcement community, first responder community, it was the right time to bring that back, declare the urgency after those tragic events, and give the majority one more time to do the right thing. And that is not what happened in this chamber. And it was disappointing. But the more shocking thing to me was when this bill that is up before you right now was heard in the Public Safety Committee. I happened to be there for a different bill, but I sat and listened to the hearing on this. And I was quite shocked by the fact that when a question was posed from a committee member to the bill author, did you work with Representative Scott? Now, obviously, we had tried to declare an urgency. So it wasn't a secret that Representative Scott had been working on a bill. But the bill author said, no, I did not. But not only did the bill author say, no, I did not, but creatively took that language, put it into another bill, and added a poison pill to it. You could easily have that secondary, the binary trigger language, as a standalone. You could have passed the Scott language by declaring that urgency. We could have passed it off this House floor. You could have taken the language that you now have in here, Representative Berg. You could have taken that language, the binary trigger language, and had that as a standalone, and you could have passed that off this House floor tonight, but you did not. And then to hear out of the tragedy in Burnsville that the evil person that caused those deaths, the murderer in that case, could have thrown knives, apples, or dog bones? Are you kidding me? That is so disrespectful. Absolutely disrespectful. And I'm incredibly disappointed. Members, I would encourage a no vote on this. And to clarify one other thing that we heard earlier, that the Minnesota Sheriff's Association supports the straw purchase language. They support this. But what I'll tell you, let me clarify this before you take your vote on this. The Minnesota Sheriff's Association does support the straw purchase provisions of the bill and has heard no opposition to the VCET reporting. But the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, they state that the definition of the binary trigger language needs to be resolved. And let me get you one more point of clarification. MPPOA, Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, supports the straw purchase language if it were a standalone bill. However, the binary trigger language needs some additional vetting to avoid issues with interpretation. What are you passing in this place? We heard that 10 other states have the binary trigger language. Guess what? 40 don't. Do it right. Vote no. Do this as a standalone. Do the right thing for Minnesota. Do the right thing for your community, and then move forward. Vote no on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, when is enough enough? We heard tonight that we are blaming inanimate objects. Yes, evil people kill people, but guess what? They can kill a lot more people with a gun than they can with another inanimate object. They can kill more people with an AR-15 than they can with a handgun, and they can kill even more people with a binary trigger. There is no civilian use for binary trigger. Its entire purpose is to turn guns into fully automatic weapons. It doubles the rate of fire. That hinders a first responder's ability to react, and yes, it is more deadly. That is the whole point. 10 states, as were noted, already banned binary triggers, and after an ambush that killed a Fargo police officer, the Republican Attorney General of North Dakota called binary triggers purposeless. And he was right. Just to correct the record on the Sheriff's Association, the
Point of order, Madam
Sheriff's
Speaker.
Association.
Representative Schultz, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to Mason Section 112.7. Members do not have the right to read their own written speeches without the permission of the body.
Representative Long, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Minnesota Sheriff's Association opposes the use or possession of binary triggers. These devices are meant to harm more people more quickly and should not be permitted in the state of Minnesota. Let me also be clear, the language is clear in the bill that Glocks are not banned. The BCA said so in a letter to the committee very explicitly. This bill also works to prevent straw purchases of firearms. We raise the penalty to a felony level, which will make it easier to prosecute, and we add a reasonably should know standard to make it easier to prosecute as well. That was not in Representative Scott's bill. Also, unlike Representative Scott's bill, it extends the prohibition on straw purchasing to all firearms, not just handguns and semi-automatic weapons.
Point of order, Madam
This
Speaker.
was
Representative New Brindley, state your point of order.
Mason Section 112, Paragraph 6. A member has no right to read or have the clerk read from any paper or book or use any electronic recording as part of a speech without permission of the body.
Representative New Brindley, we do not follow that portion of Mason's. People read sections of their speech all the time. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will repeat my statement just so in case people missed it. Unlike Representative Scott's bill, it extends the prohibition on straw purchasing to all firearms and not just handguns and semi-automatic weapons. This was not playing politics. This was getting the policy right. And I want to thank Chair Moeller and Representative Berg for their work on doing the work in committee to get the policy right so that we could bring the bill before us here today. Both of these provisions in this bill can help save lives in our state, and I urge a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Excuse me. Aye. No. Cagle.
Hang on, Brad.
Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye.
All right, go ahead.
Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to.
Long moves that House Law number 3757 be taken from the table.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3757, an act relating to public safety, establishing a felony offense for reporting a fictitious emergency.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth, to your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, thank you for the opportunity to present House File 3757. This is to increase the penalties on swatting. I just want to explain to the body what swatting is. Swatting is when there is a fictitious report of an emergency, and that can be fire, that can be police, that can be a medical emergency, but something usually very serious, such as a bomb threat, murder, hostage situation. But it's a call that is made and reported, and it's fictitious, that it is not really happening. And it is used as a way to get back at people, maybe for something that they have done or a vote that has been taken. But the concern over this, members, is that not only does it put the people in the home that is being swatted in grave danger, it puts the law enforcement in grave danger, but it also diverts the resources of our law enforcement and first responder community, the community of law enforcement and first responders. It diverts those resources from actual emergencies that might be happening. So what House File 3757 does is it would increase the penalty for swatting to a felony that is punishable by a year in prison or up to $5,000, and that's for the swatting of public officials. And as elected officials, public officials, you know that the work that we do here in this body is very contentious. Sometimes it comes with great risk, and it does put us out in the public. This would increase that penalty to an elected official, a judge, a prosecuting attorney, an employee of a correctional facility, or also a peace officer. And so with that, members, Thank you for listening to this, and I would stand for questions.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House Law number 3757. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for a few years, I've been trying to get some swatting, get some bills passed to elevate the attention on swatting. Last year, I was able to find a senator that was able to get half the bill in. We made some progress. Haven't been able to ever get it heard in the House by the committee. But the other half of that bill takes into account that, say there's a family, they're asleep, and their front door is broken open, armed police officers are rushing in, and there's a risk of whatever could happen. Swatting isn't just a prank. Swatting has the potential, besides bodily harm, for damaging their home. And this other part of my bill from last year that I redrafted to run separately says the person guilty of swatting is responsible for the damage done because of that action. The people in the home had nothing to do to cause that damage and destruction to their home and the loss of peace. And I think it's fair that the criminal that did this malicious act would have to be responsible to pay for the damage done that they caused. Now, part of this gets into being responsible for the cost of the SWAT team and public safety. And I think that really needs discussion in a committee. So I'm going to withdraw this. And frankly, think about if it was your home and you come back in and it's still scarred, and the children, the family, and hopefully you weren't killed or beat up. But we have to take this seriously, which means this underlying bill needs support. And again, with that, I'm withdrawing the amendment.
Representative Quam withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House Law number 3757.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Leader Demuth, for bringing this bill. It's a good bill, and I hope members will support it. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, I. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, I. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, I. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12:30 p.m. Friday, May 3rd, 2024.
Did anybody want to make any announcements before that motion is heard? Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12:30 Friday, May 3rd, 2024. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. Friday, May 3rd, 2024.